waiting for the thumbs up. There you go. Okay. Thanks very much. So with that, we will call the meeting to order at 9:31. And we'll begin with the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Wilhelm.
Motion that council adopts the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Item 3.1, regular council minutes for February 2nd, 2022. Any errors or omissions anybody saw? I see no errors or omissions. Anyone care to? Councillor Kush?
Make a motion the council accept the regular council meeting minutes of February 2nd, 2022.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Item 3.2, RFD for special council minutes, meeting minutes for February 7th, 2022. Any errors or omissions there?
I'll move that the special council meeting minutes of February 7th are accepted.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right. Now, I'm just going to check my times here for our delegations. 9:35. So before we get into that, the bylaw discussion on the other thing, we will just go ahead and welcome our delegation. So we have the provincial MLAs, Martin Long and Len Van Dyken. So thanks very much for coming today, and let's go around the council here and just introduce everybody. We've got a little bit of a change here, so we'll start with Councillor Williams.
I'm Devin Williams, councillor from Division 7, Fort Assiniboine Timu area, and it's my first term.
Bruce Prestige, councillor for Division 5, Blue Ridge.
Dave Cush, councillor for Ensemble.
And John Burrows, Mayor.
Peter Kilkin, councillor for Division 6, Goose Lake, Freeman River.
Jeremy Wilhelm, Division 4, Wakeboard East, first term as well.
Alicia?
Alicia Borgo, acting CAO in place of Gordon Frank, who's away.
And we have.
And Honor Defend, Director of Women's Structure.
So yes, welcome. And did one of you want to go first, or do you want to start off with a Q&A, or?
Yeah, no, Martin can go first. We'll go from there.
Yeah, I guess since Len's the boss. Very fortunate to help represent the region with Glenn Van Dyken. Obviously, he's a great counterpart. He's highly regarded in our caucus and our government, and obviously in his communities, and he should be. He leads in his role with integrity, and I think that's a very astounding principle that he carries with him. So with that, thank you guys. It's been quite a ride, hey? For you guys starting out, I know that you have a lot of things on your plate in these early days, and I commend you for tackling those things as quickly as you can. So for us on the provincial stage, it seems like there's been a lot of focus on obviously COVID and everything that comes along with that. Government has had to make many necessary decisions, and with necessary decisions, obviously there are many different opinions, and I know that we have always been willing and open to hear those opinions and perspectives as we try to mitigate our province and the pandemic. But one thing that I have shared with many constituents is with so much focus on the pandemic, there has been a lot of activity behind the scenes and in front of the scenes that has been largely unnoticed. And I was hoping to provide a quick update on some of the news of the province, which while a lot of what I share with you isn't specific to Woodlands County, inevitably a lot of the impact we can we can anticipate we can have in Woodlands County. In particular, when I look at the future, you know, for encouraging our youth and our students for what they can plan for as far as their education path. So we have been seeing a turnaround in job numbers in our province for several months in a row. Even this past month, when the rest of Canada saw a decline, Alberta continued to see a net increase in jobs of about 7,000. We have the lowest unemployment rate since before 2019. So we are inevitably turning the economic ship around, and we're seeing that in a lot of different areas. I'm sure that Mr. Van Dyken can give you a larger update on agriculture, so I'll leave that to him when he addresses it. But tech sector, again, it's something that we aren't seeing a huge uptick in this region, but it is something that I think it's important for our youth to, in particular, and some of our oil field workers. I've heard from this community that some of the oil field workers are actually interested in some of the jobs being created through the tech sector because they're transferable skills. Just in the last year and a half, we've had a couple of leading companies globally announce jobs in our province, Infosys and Emphasis, and then those were followed up with RBC and then Amazon. We've actually seen since 2012 a 233% increase in the tech sector, with over 3,000 tech companies now making home in Alberta. A lot of the recent announcements have actually been filling up downtown Calgary office space. Petrochemicals, I know that a lot of people are extremely interested in petrochemical industry. One of the largest investment that we've heard recently is actually a Dow Chemical announcement, somewhere between $10.5 billion and $12 billion for the Heartland. Out closer to us, there was a recent announcement in the MD of Greenview that is a $2.5 billion facility, and I'm looking forward to hearing of another announcement within the next 10 to 12 months, once financing is secure, of a similar size project, still an MD of Greenview, but on the other side of Grand Prairie. That's just a teaser for everyone today. Again, those are, while they're not directly in Woodlands County, inevitably I would assume that we will see people from Woodlands County and this region find employment, if not in construction, for some of the longer term employment. So, and that was the Northern Petrochemical. It's actually anticipating 4,000 construction jobs and 400 long-term jobs. For myself, as the Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business and Tourism, I'm extremely excited about the opportunities that tourism can and will create across the province. It has for decades, obviously. It's top 3 for actually GDP contribution in our province, and a lot of people don't know that it's the silent big player. Obviously, we have so much capacity to build out in our region for tourism, and I look forward to hearing ideas from our communities on how we're going to advance those opportunities in our town or in our county. We have a fantastic, I'm not sure if any of you have met the CEO of Travel Alberta. He was hired about a year and a half ago, and he actually used to run Destinations Canada. He has a great background and a great vision for our province. Really exciting to see actually the focus that Travel Alberta and Indigenous Tourism Alberta are having a coordinated approach to increase the tourism opportunities from the Indigenous community as well. And really excited to see that. We have, throughout the pandemic, have provided a tourism levy abatement. That's been a key thing that hotel operators have asked for a number of times, and I know that we recently announced that abatement again. And just communicating to the tourism sector that we need them to not only survive but thrive coming out of the pandemic. And I know that, like many sectors, they are anticipating a workforce shortage, and we're working with them and other sectors to actually get ahead of that now, and hopefully, whether they're domestic employees or from abroad, try to beat other provinces to the punch in getting people set up to and ready to work in Alberta. One thing, another quiet, good news story that I actually recently became aware of and have had a number of conversations about. We are fortunate with our proximity to Prince Rupert to have Edmonton International Airport as a logistics hub in the north. They are expanding rapidly. I've had a number of conversations with executives at the airport, and they're expanding their opportunities rapidly for logistics. However, recently I became aware that Calgary is actually becoming a major distribution hub as well for Western Canada. One of the main reasons is because it's cheaper and has a lot more space for warehousing and distribution centers than the Port of Vancouver. And so ships are being unloaded in Vancouver, and the cargo is actually being shipped directly to Calgary without seals being broken, and then unloaded there in warehousing facilities. And so if anyone's been to Calgary recently and wondered why so many warehouses are being built there, that's why. And again, I think it's exciting to know that as we move forward, those are going to be career opportunities for Albertans. And as much as we don't want to see our young people leave our communities, at least we know that there will be a strong future for them in our province. A few announcements on air. I know that Mayor Burrows, aviation is a key thing for you. I shared with you in recent conversations some of the quiet announcements in the aviation sector. Flair Airlines is an ultra low cost carrier, and they very quietly announced just about a year ago 5,000 employee expansion plan over the next 5 years. And then recently, we've had Lynx Air. Actually, they'll be based out of Calgary, Lynx Air, but Flair is actually based out of Edmonton. So again, it could present opportunity for careers in aviation for our youth. Lynx Air also announced their expansion to 8 planes over the next few years. I know 8 planes doesn't seem a lot, but each plane is equivalent to 120 jobs. So, that's still 1,000 jobs just over the next few years with that company. Another quiet industry that a lot of people are aware of, and again, I think that this is timely for some of the discussions happening in our community, film and TV. Obviously, I know that our county council and town council are having discussions right now about a new facility that, again, I think it's timely to be aware that film and TV is a focus. In particular, I know that Minister Schweitzer with Jobs, Economy, Innovation, he has been having a lot of conversations around that. In 2021, that industry expanded in our province and had almost $1 billion in production costs in our province. And I'm not sure, I will confess, I've never watched the show, but apparently HBO's The Last of Us is a very popular show, and that's, they announced that they would be in Alberta. It's the largest production ever filmed in Canada. So some really good news on that front. Obviously, I hope that many people have heard about the hydrogen developments that are being announced. Minister Nally has released his hydrogen roadmap. It is a very rapidly emerging sector that in the next, I believe it's by 2050, global hydrogen economy will be over $1 trillion. Obviously, we have a lot of opportunity with that sector in Alberta. I was sitting in meetings alongside Mr. Van Dyken about a year and a half ago, I'll say, and with a lot of the work that we've been doing with legislation and stakeholder meetings, in those meetings a year and a half ago, we were informed that by the fourth quarter of 2021, they expected to have 300 rigs working in Alberta again. And we sat in those meetings knowing the efforts that were being put in behind the scenes to ensure that our energy sector knew that they still had a home in Alberta. And I think even with that, many of us were surprised that we would get up to a 300 rig count. I know it's a long cry from the 800 we saw a decade ago. But at the time we had about 25 or 30 rigs working in Alberta. So with that, recently I know that the struggle in the energy sector as far as the production side has been, exploration and production side has actually been getting manpower again. They want to work. They know that now is the time to get back to work, but they need employees. I think, again, like I said earlier, that a number of sectors have already brought that problem to us. I think it's an exciting problem to have, much better than people looking for work, obviously. So that was what I wanted to focus on today, is some of the things that have been quietly going on that I think that with all of the focus on pandemic in particular, that a lot of us are missing some of those good news stories and the fast-moving economic rebound that we are in right now, and I look forward to, as we move forward over the next few months, bringing more of that news to our communities. And with that, I will turn the time over to Mr. Van Dyke.
Good, thank you. And thank you for allowing us to be with you today. We really value the partnership that we have as a province with all the municipal leaders that help us to understand the needs of your communities and the needs of your areas. As MLA Long has alluded to, we are coming out of a period of significant unrest, division, uncertainty, not only with 2 years of Omicron, but a certain amount of uncertainty around some of our core industries as well. We're moving into an area where I would suggest we're not only recovering, but we are moving and accelerating into a growth phase. Our province will lead the country in growth in this coming year, and I believe for years to come, and largely based off of our core industries. We will continue to rely on our core industries of energy, forestry, agriculture, and tourism to lead us going forward. These are pillars that we've built this province on, and I would suggest that pillars that our entire country has relied on for the better part of 40 years. So it's an exciting time for Alberta. That said, it doesn't come without its challenges. We do have challenges that come our way every day, as you are aware in your roles. There's day-to-day activities that we have to ensure that we continue to try fire on all cylinders. But I just yesterday I came back from a trip down to Langley. Our granddaughter had her 3rd birthday, so I went for a weekend trip. But it's actually quite exciting. The main route down all the way through Valemont, Clearwater, Blue River, down to Kamloops, it's just loaded with construction for Trans Mountain right now, and it's exciting to me. I see rigs in my area that are up and running, and this gives a promise for the future. And I believe that it can set up the next generation and generations to come for a foundation of growth again. Jobs and opportunity, that's where our forefathers came here for. Jobs and opportunities, to be able to go out and have an opportunity to raise their family, and at a standard of living that is probably leading the globe. I raised 5 children. They've all got grandchildren now, but I often said to them, we eat like kings and queens in this country, and we always have to recognize the blessing that we have here. We have blessings that are required for stewardly development. That's the challenge we face with all the time. But from my background as in agriculture, I look at there's still plenty of opportunity for those that want to be involved in agriculture. Our government is focusing a lot of the recovery and growth plan around value-added agriculture. A lot of the focus has been on value-add products, but also on growth in production through added irrigation infrastructure. A lot fairly significant announcement last summer to expand that irrigation infrastructure, and it bodes well for the future of our province. Agriculture, forestry, they'll be around forever. These are renewable industries that'll be around long beyond our lifespan, but it's an exciting time for Alberta, and as MLA Long has alluded to, our largest challenge is going to be workforce, ensuring that we have the people available to do the work that's needed to get done. So I won't belabor it anymore. Just with Trans Mountain, the difference that this is going to make a world of difference for the demand for our energy product. Last month, well, I think it was December, we hit 300 million barrels of heavy crude being exported out of the Gulf Coast. Alberta heavy crude out of Texas. And of course that largely is headed towards Asia, India. And it's a long trek. They've got to go all the way around through Panama Canal, and they've got to get over to Asia, India, where the demand is. They're living in energy poverty right now. We have an opportunity with Trans Mountain to take a lot of cost out of that trip, and it is an exciting time. I'm very, I would suggest that when I first became MLA for the area in 2015, and when Energy East was kiboshed, I couldn't believe that was happening. In my meetings with other provincial partners across the country at that time, I said that this is like building a railroad across the country again. We're going to unify our country, and I got a sense of that with just going down to the coast and watching Trans Mountain being constructed, that we have an opportunity to become unified again. So with that, I'll just leave that as my closing comments, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and hear from your needs. As our partners, we really rely on.
Well, again, thank you very much for coming, and it's really nice to obviously have the relationship with our provincial MLAs. It's really important that we get this, and I'm so glad that we were able to do this face to face. I think we're all suffering from the online fatigue at this point in time. We'd like to see the whole picture and not conduct the meeting like a seance. I always kind of say they're a little like a seance. You wonder, is so-and-so with us? So, and I'd also like to thank the MLAs. I know it's everyone on this council knows it's a very, very difficult time to be in any kind of leadership, and you've certainly entered it at a time where it is an extremely thankless job. So, and again, thank you for that. And with that, I'm going to ask if we have any questions from council, and if we don't, I'll ask a couple, just update-wise on the province. No, nothing specific. I'm just curious around, so the one question that I have, we keep hearing rumblings about an assessment model review. And we know from the rural end that caused a real stir, so maybe is that still on the agenda for the provincial government, and do you have anything you can tell us about it?
Well, I can go a little bit on it. So at the point in time when the assessment model review was being presented and proposed through municipal affairs, the department had come to the minister with concerns over assessments in our province relative to others, and made a proposal that we need to address this for long-term sustainability for the industry going forward. At that time, Rural Municipalities Association did a very good job, I believe, of presenting the case for their member municipalities to us as MLAs, and to the ministry. The study that they did to highlight the impact that the assessment model review would have on municipalities was very helpful. They identified it not only on a dollar basis, but also on a cost of jobs, and those types of those measuring factors. So, long story short, the ministry understood the concern that was coming forward from the municipalities, and recognized that what was being proposed was not going to be able to be successful to ensure that municipalities would be sustainable into the future. That being said, the discussions are not off the table. The discussions will continue to be had. I think the thing that I would highlight is the province recognizes the pull from both sides. We recognize the municipalities as being partnerships within the province to help us, to help the province succeed in providing the services necessary to actually have a successful industry. But we also have to understand that that industry is on a global competitiveness challenge, and that it has to be addressed from that side as well. So I would encourage you to continue to recognize that will be on the radar, and to bring any concerns you might have through, not only through yourselves in representation to us and to the ministry, but to bring forward concerns and ideas on how to move forward through the RMA. I think when the minister decided that it was going to be on hold for the time being, it was alluded to at that time that it's on hold, but it still needs to be dealt with.
Yeah. Okay. And again, I don't mean to put you on the spot or anything. We need to know what we're faced with coming down the pipe for the municipalities. If we can see it coming, maybe we can plan for it and adjust accordingly. So.
The other part that I'll just add, I know that when that came out, everyone was sort of sideswiped. I know that's not a very popular situation to be in, and basically the ministry was scrambling, and I know we had two different municipal affairs ministers come out to our region for conversation, and I know that is something that the minister and the ministry recognize now, that engagement will be key moving forward. So, that's something that Glenn and I will continue, MLA Van Dyken and I will continue to remind them, is how important it is for our municipal leaders to have that opportunity to engage and have conversation face to face. I know that you have representative bodies, but a lot gets lost, even with those associations, obviously. So That's something that I believe that we can both commit to is giving that feedback to the minister directly, that importance of that face-to-face engagement with our municipalities.
Appreciate that. I've got one from Councillor Wilhelm.
So it'll be a follow-up to this question. Has the ministries given any indication of, like, I know you kind of addressed it, but any indication of when the assessment review will be completed? Like, are we talking a year, 2 years down the road? Do we have an idea of when we might be seeing something new coming forward on that front?
I don't have any indication on the timeline. To be quite honest with you, like, they have not given us any kind of an indication on the timeline. I would suggest that it's likely that nothing will happen before an election happens.
Yep.
That's just my sense. We're moving into election year, and that's a reality. Is there will be continuing work by the department with municipalities and the RMA, and so to have that continue with that conversations, but decisions. Never say never, but I think the timeline is probably not within the next year.
Another question.
No?
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
This is a different topic. It has to do with the intermunicipal collaboration framework legislation. At a provincial level, are you guys continuing to review this? Like, so we've seen ICF legislation and the deadlines coming up, and I don't know the exact numbers, but more than a few municipalities ending up in arbitration because of some fairly broad definitions on services between intermunicipal locations. Has there been any drive at a provincial level to review the legislation and maybe, to use a generic term, clean it up a little bit or make it easier so we don't continue to have in the future, as our ICFs expire, ending up in arbitration over and over and over again? And it seems to typically come from some too broad of definitions within the legislation. Is there any drive at the provincial level to review and make the legislation better and easier for municipalities?
I can go on that. So I would suggest that discussions are always ongoing, but drives to make changes at this time, I think what we're currently in is that discovery stage of what's working and what's not. And so the act had changed significantly a few years ago, and right now we're in that stage of certain amount of growing pains that are being highlighted through this process. I think the ministry and municipal affairs will identify for going forward what may need to change. But I would also suggest that at this time, there is nothing that I've become aware of that's been highlighted that absolutely has to change. You know, I do understand that it's a negotiation process, leads to arbitration and those types of things. And sometimes we're gonna look at that as, well, there was a winner and a loser. And I think the goal in all of it is trying to get everybody to a point of being able to identify that, yeah, this can be a win-win going forward. But with any negotiation, there are gonna be hiccups along the way. So I do not know of anything at this point that would lead me to believe that that's changing imminently. But I would also suggest that you as a council, as participants in the process, to make notes and to identify where your concerns are and to bring that forward, not only to ourselves, but to the ministry to highlight where you see improvement can be made.
And I think just to further define what Councillor Wilhelm is talking about is more, not so much the requirement to, not at all the requirement to cooperate between municipalities. We understand that the duplication of services is an absolute waste of taxpayer money. It's silly. Having two municipalities get along, cost share, do these kind of things, we've always been in favor of that. I think the confusion in the legislation, just so that I'm precise on this, is that if you go through, you'll find about 40 pages on having a discussion about what is and the definition of an intermunicipal service and what specific costs does it include. And there are no definitions around that within the legislation. So, and I'll just go back to the way other legislation is written. For example, if you say, you can't operate a motor vehicle. Well, okay, what's a motor vehicle? And very clearly defined is the definition of a motor vehicle. So, you can very clearly go in and say, that is a motor vehicle, that is not a motor vehicle. And that's the clarity that we're talking about in the legislation.
Okay.
And I believe that's what.
Yeah, you said it way better than I did.
Okay. It's because I get to sit here and listen to the thoughts, so I'm just trying to pull them together. So I understand what people are saying. So, and again,
That's helpful, actually. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and again, this is a communication thing. We're trying to. The province succeeds when the municipalities succeed. So we try and make it easy for you.
And vice versa.
Right.
I mean, we're responsible for this region, right? But inevitably, I might suggest that certain areas of the province have municipalities that compete against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so the intent of the province saying, hey, it's our expectation that, for the betterment of our communities, that there will be collaboration and agreements and, working together. In some regions that takes on a more of a meaning, right? As far as finding out the definitions, I think that's a good place to be for our region. Just so you know, that's my perspective.
Okay. Councillor Cush.
Just a quick question on the flood hazard, Bill 27. I know we, Municipal affairs, we kind of started the floodway development regulation. We have a bunch of property owners and stuff that are kind of building or have started in those areas. With everything just kind of up in the air, waiting for something to be finalized. We're just curious, is there a date or anything, when they can expect for that to be finished?
I do not have anything for you here. That's, Emily Long may have more information, but I would have to get back to you on that. That's, and so you're essentially identifying building in flood prone areas?
Yeah.
And okay.
Yeah, I don't have an update. I have put that question to the ministry, just knowing how important it is for the region, and I don't have an update at this time.
Thank you.
And that might be a conversation that we'll have at a future date, because we have a few residents that are, they've purchased property in the area, they've got a mortgage on it, and then the mapping got done and they get stuck in that spot. And it's, again, coming from Manitoba, the whole province is a floodplain, so I'm used to it, but you have to. I think there's an opportunity to find some solutions around it, and we would need some help and guidance. And I think there's certainly an appetite to reduce the future damage and risk in the future for those kind of things. So we'd love to work together with you on that.
Okay, we will get back to you with what we can.
Okay, we're gonna wrap this up because we're at 10:11 here now. I'm sorry, I'm getting to this spot here where I'm either too far away or too close. So
I'm with you.
But go ahead, Councilor Cush.
Just have one more of a comment or a concern from some of my residents anyways in the area, given like the ensemble zones very heavily driven in the agriculture. Ag, like you addressed, is one of the biggest pillars of basically this province yet driven with the inflation in, we'll say the inflated prices in fuel and whatnot. I know we've had really high feed costs over the years, and the margins to even a lot of the smaller producers have been getting kind of smaller and smaller amongst there. A couple of my neighbors, I was talking to them, and even, you know, like the dyed fuel, the bulk stuff, they're seeing an increase this year over last year, just about 80% in fuel costs. And they're already in their mind trying to struggle to figure out how to, I guess, make ends meet with where cattle prices and feed prices and everything have been, and now basically doubling their fuel or, you know, I guess costs for production. They're, like I said, they're struggling in their mind right now on how to make things actually happen this year without basically selling the farm. So I'm just curious if it's something with the province. I mean, obviously we can't go to the pump and say, you know, cut your prices or whatever, but if there's anything the province can look at as far as relief or something for these guys in the egg sector to try and kind of mitigate those over costs that are kind of showing up in the fuel end. I just hate to see, you know, a lot of guys basically fold because they can't afford this anymore.
Yeah, I hear your concerns. It's difficult for governments to interfere with the market mechanisms that are out there and be successful in any measurable way. Typically, we understand markets are going to fluctuate, and we would try and have regulation and conditions in play that we recognize that costs here are going to be equal to costs whether it's in another province or whether it's in another part of the globe, and try and understand that we're all faced with increasing costs. You know, when we get into, say, last summer with the drought, and there was significant pressure on feed costs, but on feed availability. And we saw where other jurisdictions were drawing feed out of the province into the US because of programs helping the producers there was actually triggered faster than what was happening here. And so our push to government here was to recognize that, you know, we've got to keep the feed that we do have, keep it in the province, and so we need a program quickly. We need to address this now because another jurisdiction is putting in place a program that was interfering with normal market mechanisms. So the Minister of Agriculture did develop a program in a fairly responsive time, and some would say, yeah, the money didn't happen to get into the pockets fast enough. You know, there's logistics that were in the way, but that was a situation where I believe government had a role to interfere with the market based off of another jurisdiction had decided to interfere with the market. Now, when we're faced with higher fuel, fertilizer costs, all of these costs significantly higher this year, you know, there'll be lagging markets on the livestock end of things to try and catch up to those higher costs. If you have an idea for a program that would not be interfering with normal market activity, I think we'd be all ears. But myself, I would have a hard time actually lobbying for these types of programs that interfere and then put us into a position of where we rely heavily on export, and if we get into a position where we're going to get challenged based off of a program we've put in place to help an arm of our industry, that might be long-term, it's actually maybe more detrimental than good. So that's always the challenge we'll face in our country, is because we're largely an export nation. we will always be faced with that challenge of tariffs coming against exports out of our country. We see it in the forestry all the time. That's largely a legal game, but those challenges are real, and so we have to be careful there.
Okay,
And I'll just add, after Glenn, another thing that we can do for fuel prices and the inflation that we're seeing is do everything in our power to unelect the current federal government. Like the inflation that we're going to experience because of decisions there, and obviously fuel prices, the increase in the carbon tax, like it bears an effect on our businesses, our families, and I mean, it's rapidly increasing and with no end in sight. And that's a very real concern, obviously, for our province, and I'll be very blunt about that, so.
the good part is that they're working very hard on their unelection platform. So now that we've grilled you, we'll end it off on a little bit of levity, and I thank you for coming before us and answering the hard questions, and we really appreciate it. And again, we look forward to continuing the relationship with you. And again, thanks for everything you do. Normally, I would say let's get a picture and everybody, but we gotta wait one more month before we can take all this stuff off and show faces and everything. And I would stand up and shake hands and things too, but we'll forgo that. But I'll just mention it that again, thank you for coming. So thank you for your time. Councillor Cush?
Make a motion the council accept the discussions with the MLAs as information.
Okay, motion on the floor from Councillor Cush. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, next, we have the Eagle Tower Victim Services and Wakeboard RCMP update.
Thanks for clearing up my question too.
I'm
That's what I was
sorry,
trying to say.
It's okay, I was getting ready when you got the ICFs, like perfect.
I was trying to say that, and then I realized as I was talking, I'm like, oh, I'm losing my thread here right now.
The only thing Dave, the only thing I can see there being any movement on is some of the insurance support programs that are there.
No, I mean, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely.
There's one of my neighbors, he was talking, he paid 80 cents a liter last year for his diesel. Just got his tank filled, it's about 40.
Nitrogen went up 100%.
Yeah, and they were talking because he ran like the one guy ran a sawmill out of his property trying to subsidize things. He said it wasn't for the sawmill, he couldn't have made it on the cattle industry alone.
Hi
Now
Tina, how
he's
are you?
concerned that his fuel costs are gonna double.
Oh, living the dream.
Yeah, no, I hear
we just
guys
did
at
the
home
MLS.
too, they're looking at, and the worst of it is that.
Then they're gone?
The bulk
They're gone?
bulk sales that are going on, unbelievable.
Good afternoon, well, good morning, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself here. But, yeah, thank you for coming today, and you guys are all set up, you're good?
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for having us, Mr. Mayor, councilors.
Okay.
I think we'll start with, if you're okay with it, we'll start with Tina's Victim Services presentation, then we can segue into some of the stats for last year and some of the programs we're moving forward with.
With the election, I'm just gonna quickly go around the room here so that everybody knows the new council, if that's okay.
Perfect, yeah.
And then we'll go with everybody here, and we'll take it from there. Councillor Williams, you wanna start?
I'm Devin Williams, Councillor Division 7 for the Assiniboine Timu area, as my first term.
Bruce Prestige, Councillor Division 5, Blue Ridge area.
Dave Cush, Zone 1 in Sawmill.
John Burrows, Wakeboard West, and Mayor.
Peter Kilkin, Freeman River, Goose Lake, first year on council.
Jeremy Wilhelm, Division 4, Wakeboard East, first year as well.
We have our acting CAO.
Alicia Borbo, covering Gordon Frankstead.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm Tina Brodnick, and I'm the program manager for Eagle Tower Victim Services here in Wakeboard, Fox Creek, and surrounding area. And just so you guys know what our program, I'm just gonna dial it back a little bit and just explain to the new counselors what we do for the area. We provide supports and assistance to victims of crime during and after crisis. And we respond 24/7 with an RCMP referral. Our unit is made up of 1 full-time and 3 part-time staff. And we have 12 active board members, community members, as well as town and county council, as well as our liaisons from both our CMP detachments. We have 12 active advocates as well, and 4 going through security clearance. So our program itself is relying mostly on volunteers for 24/7 coverage. However, COVID has been a long 2.5 years of staff doing that coverage. So we are welcoming back our volunteers with open arms here at the end of the month. So we're pretty excited to have that volunteer base ramping back up. Hopefully it stays that way. In 2021, we have had 448 new victims of crime in our area. And we have also closed 491 files. So if you can imagine, we follow them from the time of incident to closure in court. So sometimes that takes up to 2 to 3 years to complete. So we're a busy, small little unit, but we definitely have the means to do what we have to do. We've responded to 16 call-outs, which seems small for our community, and our officers have been very blessed. And they basically, you know, the really bad calls is what they call us out for right now, just because we are working with a smaller staff base. We have attended 15 days in QB court. We've had 16 days in Stony Plain court. So as things go through the process of the court system, we follow the client, even if it is a provincial court. We help the Crown to submit victim impact statements in court. We also do restitution forms. So we guide the clients and the victims to really make sure that they're getting the stuff that they need. The court system is pretty vast when it comes to a victim of crime, and we try to just make it smaller for them and make it more quaint so that they can get the stuff that they are required to get in. How are we funded? We are funded through Solicitor General. We've been capped for over 11 years now, and it doesn't look like anytime soon we're going to be. We have the Solicitor General doing a review on us right now for our model and our service developed framework, and we've been waiting 2.5 years for a response. So we have funding up into 2023 from them with no extension or no. We've been capped at 150 for over 11 years. So if you can imagine running a program, what we need anywhere from 186,000 on a small year to 260,000 on a big year, which unfortunately when things like COVID happens, our crime stats go up. So we've been dealing with that, as well as the lack of opportunity to fundraise in the community, because you can't have your hand open right now for community fundraisers. It's really tough. So thankfully in COVID, we did write some grants, and I've been successful in 2 of them. One based out of our SIF grant, which we got 73,000 over two years, that helps kind of mitigate that fundraising piece, as well as a mental health grant that they opened up for us to really give our victims of crime opportunity to get help fast, because the barriers of COVID and funding and people not having access to even their jobs has been barriers for some. So we were able to, you know, get I think it was 26,000 that we actually are paying psychologists locally for our victims of crime. And that program's going really well. We've applied for funding going into 2023 so that we can extend that program, because it is going really well. And this is where I thank you guys. Community grants, Woodlands County has definitely been, we've been thankful for the funding that comes from Woodlands County so that we can continue to grow and manage our victims of crime in our area. We've had other successful Alliance Pipeline, Covenant Pipeline, ANC. We host a golf tournament. We have a casino. So we're very creative when it comes to fundraising, and we try really hard to make sure that we can pay our staff and thank our advocates for doing the job that they do. I did give a few other stats in your guys' notes, but it's just basically just to give you guys an idea of what we cover. Of course, with mental health, our suicide rate is up, our sex assaults are up, and we're dealing with those on a regular basis, and hopefully that will soon go down. But I'm open to any questions. That's our unit, and we're busy, so.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, I think I just want to thank you for, I don't think there's a lot of focus on, you know, the crime end of things and not a lot of focus on the victim end of things. And it's a very useful thing for a community to have this type of focus. So I really thank you for the work that you're doing in the victim services end. It's nice to have that kind of availability of service in the area. So with that, are there any questions from council? Councilor Presentation.
I sit on the Victim Services Board. This organization is so well run. One of the best boards I sit on. The integrity and dedication they put into it is just incredible. Something that we don't realize is how much training the advocates need to do this type of work. So that's kind of where our funding goes into it, is to help them train.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Oh, Councilor Preston.
Just one more. Maybe you should touch on Carson.
Oh, our trauma dog. So Carson, we have had him for a couple of years. I should have brought him today. And he is an integral part of our unit. He lives and breathes with one of our court liaison, and he stays at our office during the workday and goes home with her at night. He attends court on our heavy sex assault files. He's an assistant. He actually gets subpoenaed to court to help clients on the stand. So if you can imagine an 8-year-old that has to tell their story in a sex assault case, Carson is typically there with them. He can help, even debrief after in an interview room. We've used him lots within our office, and even for the officers to help them when they have a bad day, because there's lots of them. So Carson walks around and he can find the stress. It's kind of interesting. Sometimes he's in Ted's office too often, but.
I have a pillow in there.
But the treats that Ted has.
Yeah, nothing to do with the treats, but he definitely is an aid for our office, and we use him at that, and it's a wonderful thing. And the funding from Carson comes from our community fundraising, and he's an easy fundraiser to have. So it's a delight to have him, and he's 4 years old, so we'll get a few, probably 3-4 more years out of him, and then maybe move on to a new dog, but having a handler is a treat.
Councilor Dean.
Thanks, Mayor Burrows. To Tina, so I'm a little bit familiar with like a service dog, somebody, a blind person. What type of training did Carson undergo?
So Carson was trained for an autistic dog originally, but he didn't like to get poked as much as like an autistic child may. He's very soft in his temperament, and he could really pick up on cues of someone being stressed. So they go through. So we went through a 10-day program to go and learn how to handle him, and he has 2 years of training prior to that. So they match us with the type of job. So he didn't graduate from an autistic program, so they put him into the trauma program. Not as a fail, just more as a different direction.
Yeah.
And so Carson he's an ideal trauma. He could walk around this room and sit on someone's foot, and I know that he has noticed something. You have whatever, something's going on. And it's a helpful tool to have.
Sure.
If we go to QB court, we don't have to tell him who the victim is. He finds them. So vast training, about 1.5 years typically for a dog. Out of Lions Foundation is where we got him out of Ontario. And then the handlers go for 10 days, and then we take him home.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to the Rcmp presentation. So thank you, Tina.
Thank you for having us. We since election, we haven't had an opportunity to speak. The Rcmp hasn't had an opportunity to speak and meet the new council. I'm Staff Sergeant Ted Zattery. This is Whitecourt's Operations NCO Sergeant Matt Clark. He's new. Some of you may not have met him, but Matt was here prior. He's done some federal policing and now decided to come back and make Whitecourt his home. So when you're, I've included in your guys' package or agenda just a little calls for service package that I was hoping that you guys had an opportunity to maybe have a look at prior to this meeting. I'm not going to labor over that specific document today because I just want to go over some other things because the council's new since October. That being said, in that package, there's things like file count, file times, hot zones, response times, and I'm more than happy to take questions after we're done here. If you have any questions on that specific document, I can hopefully, if there's anything, I can hopefully answer those questions. What I do want to talk about quickly, because the council is new this year, is our annual performance plan, our community objectives, and our unit objectives, and how we come up with that, and how we and how often we revisit those. So through our Protective Services Committee, which Woodlands County obviously sits on that committee as well, we come up with priority issues for the various communities. Some were directed and some are decided by the community. In 2021, for example, the three unit community objectives were community engagement, crime reduction, and traffic safety. So those are three things that we target, and we try to set goals and measurables through the year to better enhance our services to the community. Community engagement's been one of the key topics and something that we're trying to improve on through town hall meetings with the communities. In March, we're going to go to Blue Ridge and do a town hall in the Blue Ridge area. We've been in discussions with Councillor. We're hoping to make ourselves more accessible to the public, answer questions, and hopefully work through some barriers that have existed in the past. This is something that we're going to continue through 2022 as well. And we're working through that. We're working through some of the issues we've had in the past with communication. Crime reduction obviously is ongoing, and Matt through operations, we have a good communications plan now. We're working on some key activities, and we're going to be speaking about some of the programs that we're putting in place moving forward in that vein. Traffic safety obviously is ongoing, and we can speak about that a little bit as well through enforcement. And again, these are updated yearly. So in the spring, we're going to be speaking now through our next Protective Services meeting. We're going to be speaking about our new unit objectives, which we'll bring to council for your approval. So staffing, Whitecourt right now has 22 officers. We have 16 constables, 4 corporals, 1 sergeant, and 1 staff sergeant. 3 of those positions are Woodland County enhanced positions. 4 of them with a corporal are provincial positions. And of course that doesn't include our traffic services unit or our integrated traffic unit, which is in a different building. So we actually have more officers and sheriffs in town than that. So our community gets a little more coverage than that. So last year in 2021, we had municipal calls for service. We had 3,910. Provincial calls for service, we had 1,188. So for a total calls for service, 5,098. and it averages about 425 a month is what we get called to. That's new files, not including and we're much like Tina and her organization. Our calls aren't solved immediately. They're laborsome and they take quite a bit of time. So, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. Can you explain the difference between a municipal call to service and a provincial call to service?
Yes, absolutely. So when we're talking about municipal and provincial calls to service, we're talking about location. So our municipal calls happen in the municipality of Wakeboard. Our provincial calls happen outside of that municipality in Woodlands County jurisdiction or that surrounding area. And we don't take into account where. So if a Woodlands County resident has a call in the municipality, it's still a municipality call. If a Whitecourt resident has a call in the Woodlands County, it's still a Woodlands County call. So we don't look at residency, we look at a location. Gotcha. So that's how that's done. So so with the numbers, you can kind of figure out it with 1,188 calls to service the province, 3,910 in the municipality. That you can see how the numbers weigh in terms of calls to service. Of course, time per call in Woodlands County takes longer only because of geographical location where you have to travel further to get places. So obviously, those call for services take quite a bit longer than in a municipality based on the calls, just in that initial call. Moving on here quickly, and again, I'll open up the floor for any questions as we push forward. So I just wanted to, so some of the things that you guys may not know is last year in Whitecourt, we conducted about 1,023 condition and curfew checks. That's proactive condition curfew checks. So probation, parole, warrants. One of the things we're very proud of is the detachment of the people in our community that are on conditions put on before the courts. We check them. We make sure that they're abiding by those conditions. We ensure that they know that we are going to check them. We are going to make sure that they're abiding by those conditions, and it's something that we've found to work very well. If we check the people that commit the crimes, then we can keep tabs on where they are, right? So it's one thing that we're very proud of in our community, and we found that it makes our community much safer. So we keep, and if you think about, calls for service compared to our checks, our officers do an extremely good job at keeping this in balance.
Can I just ask, what percentage, maybe you don't know, but how many people break those conditions when you're doing those checks?
I don't know the percentage, Mr. Mayor, but I do know that it's considerable. There was a point in time a few years ago that our breach charges went up so immensely because of people breaking condition checks that we actually Ottawa phoned and said, hey, what's going on with your condition checks? It skews the numbers a little bit, but what it really means is we're checking people if they're not abiding by the conditions, they're getting charged for breaching those conditions. It makes us often look like a more dangerous community because our numbers are inflated, but what it actually means is that we're putting people in check. So sometimes the numbers become skewed in that vein, but quite honestly, that's our job, to make sure that people that are on conditions are abiding by those conditions, and overall to keep our community safe is essentially the point. So I don't know the percentage though of those, but we can find that out for you.
I just more of a curiosity thing.
So with the barrier of COVID, obviously, we normally deal with our community youth proactively quite a bit. I would say in 2021 we were very low. We had 212 youth-related events, school visits, school talks, community events, community engagement events, not including the regular community engagement events that we normally do. We feel in our detachment it's very important to deal with our community's youth. We normally in a year we would have 400, 500, 600 contacts with our youth in the schools. COVID's obviously made it very difficult. However, we do find that very important. We find it to be, though not one of our unit objectives, it's I think our youth is a national priority, and we find great success when the more we know our kids, the better we do to serve our community, and we can help. So through Tina in crime prevention, she does a really good job of engaging our officers, whether it's a volleyball game, whether it's presentations in the community. We try to accommodate that as much as we can, so we can have a good relationship with our officers rather than a poor relationship. We're in a very unique time right now where not all policemen are looked at in a good light, but it's not always the case, and it's our job to try to remedy those misconceptions often. So Wakeboard conducted 184 proactive traffic operations last year. That includes check stops, joint operations with different agencies, just proactive checks. And again, that's just a small sampling of some of the things we do. I just wanted to give you, this council, some of the numbers and just a flavor of some of the things that we're working on and some of the discussions. I can tell you that the officers in our detachment feel very supported by Woodlands County, feel very supported by the community, and we find that, and I can say proudly that we're in a position now where experienced policemen want to come back to Whitecourt. We're in a position where they're recognizing this is a good community, it's a supportive community, there's opportunities for children, there's opportunities for various lifestyles. It's we're now seeing, for the first time in years, we're seeing people want to come back here. We're seeing officers say, hey, that's a community to live in. And it has a lot to do with communities much like yours that support us, and it's a good thing. So with that, gentlemen, I'll open up for questions. Again, I haven't touched on the calls for service portion, but it's pretty straightforward. If you have any questions regarding that, I'm open for those questions, and any questions are welcome.
I think the one thing I'll ask is just an outline or on the, what do you call it, the camera registry project?
Mm-hmm. That's coming. I was gonna.
Oh, it's coming? Sorry.
Yeah, it's coming. Sorry, I just wanted to answer some questions regarding calls for service first, and then we're gonna do a quick presentation on the camera registry, unless you guys want that now, and then we can push on with questions. So it's up to you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's do that now. Yeah.
Okay. So the capture project came from an idea that Red Deer, their community is already doing it. It is a program that allows officers to work on their investigation in a means that engages the community. So it's a standalone website that we will advertise for community to be involved with. They will put their information in on a voluntary basis. And then as something happens in our community, the officers will be able to go onto the website, look at a map, and see where all the cameras that are registered are looking. So ultimately, it's a win-win as far as the community priorities, as well as the community engagement piece and the crime prevention. The crime has already happened, however, it gets community involved and actually giving them the means to be part of the solution, which I think we all felt in the last little while we're not part of. So I think that we're gonna roll this out fairly soon. It's gonna be advertised in a way that I think is gonna be engaging, that the community's gonna want to be part of. And it doesn't have to be just residential, it can be industrial, it can be out in the, in the farther areas, as long as you have a working camera. And if there's an incident out in the area, the officers will bring a jump drive to them and say, last Friday night, can you check your cameras and put it on the stick for me? And then that's as far as that goes. If they say no, we back off. So it's not like something, it's completely voluntary, so it's not something that they're gonna come and confiscate stuff or anything. So we just wanted to let you guys know that this is gonna be happening. I know that the detachment's pretty excited about having this in their toolbox so that they can actually do some investigating and get, you know, the information's out there, cameras are everywhere, people have them, let's utilize them.
And again, you know, to further, we only have access to that information. So it's not public information. If you register that you have a camera, only the officers have access to that administrative information in the background. How it helps us is often we go to let's say a mischief or something in an area. One of the first things we think is, hey, I wonder if there's any cameras, I wonder if this was captured. We still think that, but it would be very handy to have the opportunity to say, oh, this gentleman or this lady or this family is registered. They have 2 cameras registered. One's pointing this way, one's pointing that way. We can go then ask, would you mind if we had a look at your footage and maybe it captured this crime? And that's in their neighborhoods. And we think it's a good program that's going to give us an opportunity to solve more crimes. And again, like Tina said, it engages the public to try to solve those crimes, help solve those crimes, and it's one of the things. So.
Councilor Dean?
Thank you. So, I'm not a hacker. I have no skills in that area, but I know there are people that have those skills. Is there any chance that somebody could hack into that website and find out where, oh, I don't want to go here because there's cameras here, so a better target's over here?
So good question, because Red Deer has done all the work for us. They have built the website, it's a lady out of Lethbridge that is doing it, and they're also moving it into Saskatchewan as a province. So the work has been done and it's been vetted through the RCMP in Ottawa and actually has French English on the website, so everything is done and the security is there. So that's the only way they would allow the RCMP to move forward with the project, as long as that security piece was in place. And it had to be a standalone website that nobody can hack into, so.
So whatever security levels RCMP uses would be on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Kulkin?
Yeah, I just have a question. As a guide for an outfitter, we use a lot of cameras, but the reliability isn't that great sometimes. So is there a possibility that you would be able to find out where, if we're interested in having a camera registered, what quality and what type we would be able to invest in that would be valuable to you?
Well, and honestly, moving forward with the project, I think that that's gonna be very much on the top of the website to say these work best, like these are the suggestions, absolutely. So that'll be part of our communication piece.
And bear in mind, anything's better than nothing. So even poor quality is something, so it gives us some investigational tools. That being said, you know, because some people are going to have different quality cameras, they've invested different money. Some people have amazing cameras, some people have lower quality. But if you register any camera, it's at least it gives us an opportunity to get that information. So, but we will come up with suggestions.
Okay. And this is actually a component of going to some of the rural broadband end of things too, because I know a lot of that camera footage gets uploaded onto a cloud server. So the more access to broadband that you're going to find in the rural municipalities, the more availability of these kind of systems will be around. Any other questions? No? Councillor?
Yeah, just one, and I don't know how to diplomatically ask this. Is there any trend of call to service that is alarming? So is there any category of crime that you guys are seeing that you're like, need to get on top of that?
Well, right now, one of the things that we're finding, especially with with what's going on in the world, is mental health has been very prevalent. We're dealing with a lot of mental health files that causes us. It takes a lot of time in those files. So, and we have an alarming amount of mental health files, but it does take a lot of time and working with that system through our facilities. But that being said, it still takes a lot of time to deal with those reoccurring issues. So that would be one thing. we're working very hard, especially in our rural areas, to try to come up with ways to combat crime. We all know that rural areas are farther away from the nest, if you will. So we have to come up with ideas for rural residents to help themselves. And again, through, you know, we have other issues in crime trends like impaired driving and mischief and various things. But, you know, I think through our office, we're trying very hard to come up with wins so we can solve crimes, get people away from those areas, because often it's very few people doing all the crimes. So if we can solve them quick, it makes it safer for everyone. Pulling back to the mental health component, that's not always the case. It's reoccurring. There's not often anything we can do because it's mental health.
So a question I was going to ask is years ago, a report like this was, we had a conversation at council, and I know, I don't think people hear the positive end of these engagements. So back around that time, you had asked for, we were seeing all this copper theft and all these things coming off the back of trucks, and as annoying as it is to replace the catalytic converters and all the the expense of the particular pieces, the loss to income and everything else that goes with it is pretty huge. So you talked about at that time a scrap metal registry, and we actually went through RMA and that legislation was actually elevated. So they put that in place to run a scrap metal registry, and I noticed it when I went to drop off some batteries. So the story that I heard from the fellow that runs it, he said, come in with your ID to drop off these batteries, and I said, well, that's new. And he said, yeah, we used to get guys with 3-4 cats on their back on a bicycle, and we bought them. We don't now because they won't give us ID. So that was my experience with it. On the RCMP side, is it helping?
Yes, it is helping, because the legislation makes people accountable, and it obviously you can't just steal things, take them in. There's other things that are helping as well. Like we're working on certain programs for catalytic converters, things like this. But it has helped. When the province comes ahead and says, "Hey, we're going to change the rules," of course it helps us quite a bit.
Councillor Kluken.
I'm just wondering if there's some way that we can help as municipal leaders in that revolving door, which I'm sure you guys are frustrated with. Because I know in our area that it happened several times where the perpetrator was perpetrating 3 days later. And I'm just wondering if there's something that we can push possibly at the RMA level to help you guys out in that regard.
Well, any messages to your local MLAs, MPs to change some of the laws? Unfortunately, the way our system works is that's often the case. We catch people multiple times, release on conditions, we check them on conditions, breach them. It's, believe me, we it's an ongoing issue for us, and yeah, any help through municipalities to try to change things, but it's a big picture. So that's on the judicial end of it, obviously, and in terms of the police, on the policing side of it, I feel like we do our job and do it well. Unfortunately, we have limitations, so we can only catch them and present the case, present the evidence. So.
Okay. Councillor. Okay. Councillor Presentation.
Through the chair to Tina, you've mentioned the mental health problems we're having, and last night you touched on it, was the suicides and the sexual assaults have gone up.
Yep, substantially on the victim service side. We've seen a huge spike with our successful suicide as well as attempted has been very high, as well as when people were locked in during COVID, our sex assaults spiked as well. So we're just starting to touch those in court, and so we're going to be extra busy. So there's things that the dynamics that happened within homes during that time of COVID, where they were trying to go to work and leaving their kids with other people that they weren't probably vetting properly, caused issues now. So yeah, those have all gone up.
And I think we're gonna see some of those repercussions still yet to come, so. With that, Councillor Cush.
With that, I'd like to make a motion the council accept the Eagle Tower Victim Services and Wakeboard Rcmp updates this information.
Okay. I'll just comment on the motion. So again, thank you again for coming before us, and I don't think the members of the RCMP get enough credit for doing what they're doing. And at the end of the day, all the members are people, and I think we forget that sometimes. And you know, you get hot, you get cold, you get tired, you get frustrated, all those things, and you're dealing with a lot of situations that are at their very worst. So if we can all take a breath and be a little bit more patient and a little bit more kind, maybe we can get through a day just a little bit better. So thank you for everything that you do, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, as well. And we're more than happy to come back anytime you would like us. So if there's anything this council would like from our office, we're available. So I love our communication to be more. So
Thank you.
Just one more comment for the council. Sure, the RCMP does ride-alongs. I went on one. You should do it, just to see the operation and everything. It's good.
we're happy to have you if you want to come out and experience a day in the life. Sometimes it's interesting and eye-opening. So.
Okay. We still have a motion on the floor, so any further? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you again very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good presentation.
We have one more presentation, and I'm gonna let everybody get situated. We'll do a little bit of a cleanup, and we'll just take a 5-minute break, so everybody can have a quick bathroom break. And I just want the record to show that we had Councillor Dean arrive at 10:20.
Up there, sure.
So was it successful or unsuccessful?
Oh, gone, show up.
Glenn, we're good. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back into order again, and that's good, we're on. So we'll just start with, thank you for coming, and you've got a presentation on the Culture and Event Center, and we'll start with just introducing our council and our administration. So I'm actually gonna extend out this time. We'll start with our acting CAO.
Alicia Borbo acting in Gordon Frank's behalf.
And I'm Devin Williams, Counselor, Division 7, Fort Assiniboine, Timu area.
Bruce Prestige, Counselor, Blue Ridge, Division 5.
Dave Cush, Councillor for Ensemble, Division 1.
And John Burrows, Whitecourt West, Mayor.
Peter Gilton, I'm from Goose Lake, Freeman River, Division 6.
Jeremy Wilhelm, Division 4, Whitecourt East.
Alan Dean, Division 3.
Thank you. My name is Norm Hodson, and I'm chairman of the Ad Hoc Building Committee for the proposed Arts, Culture, Event Center, Library, Municipal Center. And thank you very much for council taking the time to have us make this presentation to you today and share this information. With me, I have committee member Barb Madigan, and she will assist me with the presentation, and I have some supports from the town, Chelsea Grande, and she's the Community Services Director, and she will talk us through some of the funding model that is part of this presentation. So today, I am here to share with you an update and a review of the facility through our public education campaign. This all began back in 2008 when Recreation from the province of Alberta came to Whitecourt with an ACE initiative. That was active, creative, engaged solutions and things that the community was looking for. These were mediated sessions with the public members to discern what kind of things is missing in Whitecourt and what would we like to see come out of this. Through that process, an Arts, Culture, and Event Center was identified as the #1 priority. And I'm just talking through a history to bring you to where we are today. So an Arts and Culture Committee was created. Consultants were hired on to review and engage with all community members and all town facilities. A needs assessment was completed for the library, demonstrating the library was grossly undersized for our population base. In 2015, after much public consultation and coffee cafes, there was a survey done through SurveyMonkey. This is a statistically significant survey of 400 people, I understand. And of that survey, 84% of the respondents favored an Arts and Culture and Events Center. And further to that, 75% indicated that they supported a tax increase to support that facility. From there, tours were taken of existing theaters in Alberta, and we also talked about one in Saskatchewan. The groups that toured were inclusive of Woodlands County Council, staff, town council, and staff from Whitecourt as well. From there, we contracted a consultant out of New York who does nothing but design theaters across North America. He was here to develop a business plan and look at a consideration for an operational model. Since that time, we went to the architecture firm of BR2 to complete a design concept, and we've worked through a detailed design or a detailed final design concept that we have here to present to you as part of our presentation. The Ad Hoc Building Committee that I'm speaking to you from is a compilation, it's a council-appointed committee with members of council, members of the public from the Performing Arts Society, Library Board, and there's a member from Woodlands County as well, and staff. In 2018, the town of Whitecourt applied for a Investing in Canada grant from the federal government in regards to this facility, the Performing Arts Facility and Conference Center and Library. And in 2020, the town received a grant for the Library and Arts and Culture and Events Center in the amount of $15.6 million. This grant can only be used for those facilities, and it is time sensitive, as you all understand how grant processes work, meeting the timelines that are established in the grant funding model. And that grant, if nothing gets done in the year of 2022, then we have lapsed on the terms. Detailed design has been ongoing since that time, and we're now ready to share all that work through our public education campaign. What will this add to this region, you may ask? We have a little video to show you to introduce that, please. Is there volume?
No audio.
My apologies, I don't do technology.
Star Trek makes it look so easy.
Don't they, eh?
He had guys back there who would slide the doors up. So
Right.
It looked easy.
Somebody's gonna have to do a voiceover from the video.
Councilor Dean?
Is there anybody here on council that hasn't seen the presentation, hasn't seen the video?
I don't think I've actually seen it.
I don't think I've seen this
I
one.
don't.
Okay.
I've seen other ones.
I've seen this one. Yeah. I remember. Yep, that's the one. I know, I love to read.
I don't think I've seen this one.
The video is about Sam and Mo, who Sam is a doctor and Mo is an engineer, and their children, one likes art and one likes reading. And they would like a center like this so their children have an opportunity to expand and develop their creative aspects of their life. And that's why something like this is important to somebody like Sam and Mo, so they can fulfill the needs and the development of their children's interests. Okay, that's on the short side, that's the synopsis of that video. And so we'll just move on then if you folks don't mind.
Okay.
Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the potential return on investment for a facility like this. One of the things that we have learned and that we understand is that services are important to families, and that we want our families or people to move to Whitecourt, to move to the region, and expect the services that meet the needs of their families. Right now, we are extremely heavy in sports and recreation, and we've got fantastic facilities both in Woodlands County, and we've got facilities at sports and recreation in Whitecourt as well. But our interest is in the retention of those people who have interests in other things like the arts. I know of people, including professionals, a physician, and another medical practitioner who came to Whitecourt and looked at things, and one opened the practice here and operated for 5 years and now has moved to Spruce Grove because there are no arts and culture events for her children. And I've known this over this course of the period I've been working on this project for a long time, and I most recently discovered a doctor who was considering Whitecourt and other communities, made that decision as well for that reason, and just recently decided against choosing Whitecourt. So it's about bringing people here and retaining families because the services are here that they expect. We also believe that this will be a driver for industry. Industry, and through our collaboration with site selectors, says recreation, healthcare, culture. Those are the three must-haves. So the interest in the industry thinking about that is the professionals that they need to run their business and organizations and create stable staffing models require services. If the professional comes and the children are unhappy because they can't do the things they want to do, then the push is to relocate. So we know that site selectors, working with industry, they only look at specific spaces that can offer all those services. So a complement of a facility like this will be a driver that that enables the region to attract industry. It will also be an economic driver. With the construction of a facility like this comes industry, becomes a lot of incoming money and money spent in the region. So those are two of the biggest, those are the two of the most important things that we think about a facility like this and the complement it will bring to our municipality and region. We believe it will attract and retain increased jobs. Jobs will be created just by the audience spending in our community and the operations of a facility. Not to mention the other businesses and things that come when you build something like this. It tends to see growth within the region. There was a survey completed through Parks and Recreation back in 2017 that said 70% of households have attended some form of a live performance in the previous year. We would like those people attending those performances in this region. This is a facility that will set us apart from all other communities in the area between Grand Prairie and Edmonton. This will strengthen our region and make this region a strong hub for economic prosperity and trade. I'm now going to ask my counterpart here, Barb Madigan, a member of our ad hoc committee, to speak a little bit to you regarding potential uses and impact that it can deliver to our region.
All right, so I'm going to be reading from a script, so I don't mind me staring at my phone. It says the Culture and Events Center really will be a center for everyone. Parents will have the opportunity to watch their children take part in concerts, festivals, and competitions locally, rather than always having to utilize makeshift spaces or to go out of town. Families, friends, and visitors will be able to enjoy local concerts, dinner theaters, and performances within a space that's designated for those types of gatherings. If you would, could you imagine a comedy show followed by a meal on site, or being able to attend an event with friends and hit up a local establishment afterwards? This center will become another wonderful wedding spot with Rotary Park just outside as the perfect venue. Local artists will be able to showcase their talents in the auditorium, utilizing equipment that will bring out the best in their performances. Conferences that would typically only happen in city venues would now be possible here in Whitecourt, bringing more accessibility for residents to attend things, but also bringing in large groups of people that will stay in our hotels, eat at our restaurants, shop in our stores, and explore the beautiful surrounding region. Our local economy will see a regular boost from events held at the center, and our downtown core will see revitalization from increased traffic coming through. A new larger library, and it's usually at this point where I admit that I work at the public library, just so you know I'm kind of invested in that too. A new larger library offers more opportunity for learning and fun with space for larger groups. Programs like the always popular summer reading program would no longer have to be confined in a tight space. The plans even include outdoor spaces to utilize, which would add another level to the enjoyment that is available with this project. Imagine going and grabbing a book and a coffee from the on-site coffee shop and sitting outside on the patio. The library will also have more space for students wanting to study, adult programming such as arts classes, and those seeking space to rent to hold meetings, classes, or even a birthday party. These are just some of the opportunities that this development would offer our community and our region. This is the type of project that will attract people to our region. New businesses will see this region as a place with amenities that they want for their staff. This will encourage new industries to choose the Whitecourt region as the place to lay their roots. Current businesses will see the opportunity to expand. Staff retention will be higher as those used to more amenities in a city or interested in more city-like amenities will appreciate an addition like this to the area. With that comes more skilled workers who see the opportunity here for them and for their families. The space will be made for everyone to enjoy, and even if residents don't step inside it or see a personal benefit from the events and opportunities that are held within its walls, the Culture and Events Center will bring growth to our region, and that will impact everyone. Businesses growing or moving here will add to the tax base, which increases service delivery for all of our residents. It will revitalize our downtown core and will bring people into this area specifically. This will give our downtown businesses more opportunity to grow their clientele and to succeed. As new businesses come, so do people, and that again helps to increase the tax base, while also growing our community with new faces that might even feel encouraged to start a new business themselves. The growth that can come to our area with the development of this project is immeasurable. Now I know there was 2 videos that are to be highlighted.
Are we
I'm
just
not
going-
sure what you're gonna do with that.
I guess
No.
we'll have to go to that, if you could go to the next slide, because if there's no volume, there's no sense doing it.
So I'll just carry on then.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Barb. So, through the ad hoc committee, we were tasked with 2 things. We were tasked with looking at the location that would fit a footprint of this nature somewhere within our municipality. A decision was made that the best location would be backing onto Rotary Park. This will enhance the programming that could be delivered through the park and enhance educational opportunities for all residents and visitors. The location will direct people through one of the gems of Whitecourt, the downtown, to our gem of Rotary Park. Now the building concept. The building has 3 primary areas. The municipal office on the far right in green, the library space towards the bottom of the page in blue or purple, and in the yellow, which is the Conference and Arts and Culture Center. The administration office is 100% funded by the town, and the grants can only be used for the Arts, Culture and Event Center and library. Now a closer look. I'm going to turn it back to Barb to walk us through the proposed library, please.
Thank you, Norm. So this new library is roughly double the size of the current building. And so the footprint is static, but I mean the walls may move around in the end. That's not necessarily exactly what it's going to look like. It's a finished product. So I know Dave probably knows how we have like 0 storage and we have stuff all over the building. Storage is non-existent at the current library. Staff do their best with the minimal wiggle room that we do have. So this design features storage space throughout, and there's multiple meeting rooms and multiple spaces for programming. So some of the single-use spaces for smaller needs, like having an adult art class. You can also have interior divider walls on that back wall there that can be either up or taken out depending on the size of the room that you're needing. These spaces are also accessible to the community for holding various events, meetings, classes, part of a conference that's being held in the center. You'll see it on that back wall, you can open up those rooms to the concourse that's at the back there. And so then you could be using, if the library, we could be locking that off and the conference center could be using those rooms from that side. Having accessibility into the concourse from these rooms also means we could have programming from the library spilling out into the concourse. And, you know, suggestions were, you know, having an art show, some sort of large activity out there. With many different groups in the community, these spaces will likely be used often for regular meetings, classes, just for social hangouts like book clubs and art classes or other hobby-related things. There's a lot more floor space for books and resources and for the enjoyment of extra seating as well. And again, we're become very, very crowded. Like I can see in the last 5 years for sure, it's gotten just more and more crowded inside that little building that we have currently. Students will have more space to study, and they could utilize a meeting room or flexible space area for a group study. So the entrance area to the library is on the far right there. It's a lot larger than what we currently have, and it allows for maneuverability for the guests as they enter and exit. We have a set of stairs coming up into the library currently, and so if you have mobility issues, you have to go to the parking lot and come up that ramp, and then there's a little cement ramp that was built to, so you can come onto the sidewalk and then come in, so takes a bit of work to actually get into the library if you do have physical disabilities, but yeah, we are accessible. This design is very mindful of keeping that space accessible for everyone as they visit. The current staff will have more room for program delivery and implementation, will no longer have to utilize their staff room or storage rooms to put together materials for programs, and this design features an open work area for them to use instead. So there's two additions near the library space. There's the coffee shop and the outdoor patio. Those coming to the library will be able to enjoy the outdoor space in the warmer months, and library staff will be able to utilize it for programming as well. Currently, when we have outdoor programming, we'll put out some orange cones early in the morning and we'll use the parking lot. So, but as long as it's not too sunny, it works for now. Having a coffee shop on site is nice for those working in the building and for those visiting it. It will also be another attraction to bring people into the center as they make their way to and from the downtown.
Thank you very much, Barb. So I will now talk to you about the Arts, Culture, and Events Center. It's really two different things. When we talked about building this building and with feedback, and I think a lot of the feedback came from Woodlands County down the path, that a convention center was really a really important thing to consider, and we've incorporated that in this plan. The theater is a 600-seat theater that will accommodate, as I say, 600 guests. Every seat in the house will be great viewing, and the sound will be crystal clear. Gone will be the days of hosting artists in a gymnasium with the challenges from bar service to volunteer burnout. We would have to have more than 100 volunteers to put on every one of those events at the Miller Center, and we were limited to only 2, maybe 3 per year because we just couldn't drive enough volunteers through those events, and that was a limitation. The facility will also be able to seat 600 guests and be served through a commercial kitchen. This would be perfect for conferencing. This will be perfect for dinner theaters, and this will be perfect for large weddings, and give them an opportunity to have either a buffet style food service or have catered to or served to their dinner or their table, excuse me. The event center can be divided into 2 separate spaces that could be used as one space or could be divided in 2 separate spaces which could have independent food services at the same time. The complement of the library being adjacent off the concourse for the theater is extremely important and was part of the consideration as we think about and contemplate how do we build a conference center and enable people to participate in conferences where breakout sessions become important. After you've seen a guest speaker, then you've gone for lunch, then you go to breakout sessions for educational opportunities. So we've got opportunities, we've ensured that the areas off the concourse into the library can be segregated so that we can use those for breakout sessions. There's also another one in the municipal office, which Chelsea will show us. And those can be sealed off so that there could be breakout sessions and the library completely operates uninterrupted as well. There are 3 floors to the theater, and services will be available to guests on the main floor and the balcony, complete with food and beverage service. Users may be required to use the dressing rooms in the basement. That's really the area where they get organized, they get showered, they get dressed, they do all that stuff to enable them to come on stage and entertain. There are also spaces in there that we will have for local arts and theater groups that may have props or things to store. So we've also contemplated that at the back of the house there. This facility will enable us to get on an A-list circuit of entertainers and deliver great events and programming on a regular basis to the region and the residents of the region. A-list talent may include some people like the Bare Naked Ladies, Jan Arden, Colin James. That's the level of entertainer that we could have here in a facility like this. Will all of these shows make money? Of course not. But some of them will. The A-list talent will make money, and dance will definitely be profitable, as we hear that when we talk to every theater operation in Alberta. Dance is your biggest driver for income. And once we get some of those big events and dance and they bring the money in, that will help support our local groups and make it easier for us to tier the pricing and enable our local groups to participate and grow our arts and culture within our community here. The Performing Arts Society has been hosting between 900 to 1,500 guests at the concerts at the Miller Centre in these past years. Historically, the Society made $10,000 to $15,000 per event, and that's after the Society was responsible for paying for the light and sound, which also cost between $10,000 and $15,000. So the value of a center like this, where light and sound is already in and included, will demonstrate that there's the higher profitability and ability for the Society to generate higher funds through that mechanism. Dance festivals. I've heard and been in contact with many people talking about dance festivals, and I just want to talk to you about what that might look like for one event. In the region, we have 11 dance studios. If we bring a dance festival here, and there is somebody locally who will be doing just nothing but dance festivals come after this following year, you bring those 11 dance studios, 1,500 dancers, 3,000 guests for one weekend's dance festival. We've heard from fathers and other people who go and attend dance festivals now away from our community that they spend up to $2,000 per event for their family to go and participate in a dance festival, of which somebody usually does 2 or 3 festivals with their child each year. So if we take and look at that, and I'm using just a very conservative estimate, 750 of the 1,500 people come to the region and they spend $1,000 apiece. That's $750,000 of economic impact for that half of the troop in this region. That doesn't speak to what the other 750 dancers also do, who even the people that live in Whitecourt are going to buy gas and they're going to go out for a meal. So there's more than just that. And if we extrapolate that, that's one festival. If we did 3, you're talking about $2.25 million of money injected into the economy just based on the dance. Dance festivals will generate profit for the facility and have a dramatic economic impact on the region. And this space, we intend to use as many green initiatives and sustainable initiatives as possible. We looked at Camrose, who won some awards for their green initiatives in the development of their theater. And we will utilize as many as we can as we walk down that path. And more are emerging as time passes. Now I would like to turn the floor over to Chelsea so she can discuss with you the funding model, please.
So the biggest question that we hear is what is this gonna cost? So where we are now, the estimated total project cost is 59.5 million. And that's divided into 3 portions. One portion, 41.7 million, is the Arts, Culture and Convention Center. 11.2 million is the administration building, which Norm spoke about, that the town of Wakeboard would be paying for that whole piece of the pie. And 11% is attributed to the library, or 6.6 million. How is that going to be funded? Well, we did look at this and as a committee, and we used the model that we presented back in 2018 to both councils, and we wanted to use those same categories that we had there before. So we'll go through it. The first one was grants, so that's that large blue piece of the pie. There's been 15.6 million in investing in Canadian infrastructure grants that have been secured for this project. And those are specifically for the Arts, Culture and Convention Center and library. They cannot be moved around and they are time sensitive, as Norm alluded to. This 15.6 million is a grant that partners would be sharing in. We've also obtained about just under $1 million in other grants specific to the Culture and Events Center and the library. And those portions, again, are provincial. There's some provincial and federal grants that we've applied for directly, and they have to be used for those components as well, and are something that partners would be able to share in. There's also in this piece up there is 14.6 million in municipal sustainability initiative funding that is directly for the town. And we use that 14.6 to be able to get the 15.6 matching grant, as it was a matching grant. The town also has, if you look at the green piece, 6.3 million in reserves that they've been putting away for this project from user fees and photo radar, as well as some from taxation. There's 1.4 million of sales of assets of both the library and the town office. 2.6 million that we're looking at in sponsorship, which is similar to what we were able to secure for the Ellen and Jean Miller Center. The town is looking at taking out a 10.1 million debenture to fund 17% of the project. And then we have a piece of the pie that says partnerships there. And this has been calculated as the same as cost shares back in 2018 when we were having these discussions, which leaves it at 17.1 million. There's also been discussions with regional partners prior to this, regional municipalities and so forth prior to this, where there has been interest expressed. And I know they were waiting on detailed design and funding, an estimated project cost before we could go back and have those discussions. And those discussions previously have been done together jointly between the town and the county. And I think the ad hoc committee is requesting also that if this project is something to move forward, that both the town and the county work together to have those discussions with other regional municipal partners, which, if they were to contribute, would reduce the pieces of the pie for everyone. Flip to the next one, next one. Just go to the next one. I put in, so this talks about the construction costs and how the construction costs, capital costs would be funded. When we look at the 59.5 million, it does include everything from construction, site servicing, furniture and equipment, consultant fees, miscellaneous contingencies, land, education campaign, roadway and parking, and escalation costs that are estimated for the project. So it is a full picture. We also looked at the operating costs for these buildings. The Culture and Event Center, as Norm previously, the Arts, Culture and Convention area of the Culture and Event Center, as Norm previously mentioned, we had a consultant that came out back in 2015 that did an operating budget and operating model and an operating performer. The Performing Arts Society, and it was presented with both councils back in 2018, has updated that model to make it a little less, to make it more conservative on the number of events and so forth. When we looked at that, when Webb did his report, it showed a $300,000 operating deficit. That has been updated to show a $400,000 operating deficit for the Arts, Culture, and Convention Center. I did pass out just kind of the updated pro forma, just so that you can see where the $400,000 comes from. And I'm gonna go through it quickly, just in a few minutes. But before we get to that, I also wanted to mention that there would be additional operating costs associated with the library for the extra square footage, which was being estimated at an increase of about 35% of the operating costs currently for the building. So that equates to an addition, just under an additional $30,000 for that library section for additional operating costs. There are already operating costs for it, as it is already a building. So you're looking at, when you're looking at operating costs, you're looking at the $400,000 deficit of the Arts, Culture, and Convention Center, along with a 35% increase for the library portion. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the $400,000 and kind of how that's derived, and whether we've been getting some questions on whether that's a reasonable deficit. And the Performing Arts Committee, they do survey regularly of venues in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and they've been keeping an average throughout that. And the averages have been right around that $336,000 deficit annually for those facilities. So we feel that the $400,000 is a reasonable deficit. Why we increased it from what Webb had provided in the report is just to be a little bit more conservative with the events. So when you look at the events that the deficit, the $400,000 deficit budget that we handed out, I just wanted to give you an idea of what that might look like for events. So when you're looking at ticket sales, and we're looking at the theater, I'm just going to talk about the use of the theater. What that $400,000 deficit looks like for the use of the theater would be that live events. When you're looking at live events, this Performa has predicted 16 live event performances at 80% capacity at a $45 ticket. And so that $45 is reasonable for performances across Alberta. 16 events, again, is reasonable. Most run on a 20 event circuit. It also includes 12 film screenings, or when we look at the film screening category, we also look at viewing parties, travel seminars, art workshops, and many, many more things that can go into that. So this Performa shows 12 of those in a year at 70% capacity at a $12 ticket. When you move to rental income, what it looks at is 15 nonprofit events, and nonprofit events could be anything that could be from conferences, nonprofit conferences. They could be cheer competitions, house concert series, author readings. There's a whole bunch of different things that could fall in a nonprofit category. It also contemplates 10 commercial bookings, which could be oil and gas shows, those dance performances that Norm speaks about. They could be promoters bringing in shows. They could be anything that would be considered commercial. So it contemplates that. It also contemplates resident performances, and those are our local artists. And those are, there's two models that Webb used in his performance, and one is charging a $5 ticket fee on those for the use, or another one was a flat rental fee at a lower rate. And this Performa shows 20 of those. So those could be school Christmas concerts, pump jack players. They could be the Rotary Music Festival, the Rotary Dance Festival, artists, music lessons, Pottery Guild. They could be the pump jack dinner theaters, pump and jack players, children's performances, anything that are kind of our local performances. And so I just wanted to give you an idea of where that revenue comes from. Then you look at, there's also the theater user fees, so that's for technical labor and things like that. For your commercial events, there's gonna be additional fees for technical labor, equipment rental, event staffing, and event cleaning. And then there's one for Media Lab, which we've talked about, and I think Martin, in his presentation, alluded a little bit to this with the film and TV industry. This is an area where people are able to learn lighting, sound, education opportunities. There's gonna be, it proposes memberships to it, classes, camps, and equipment rentals with that.
Just 1 second, Chelsea. There's
Yeah.
a question from Councilor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I was just scrambling to take notes here. In the rental income, you went through the various events that might rent the facility. What was the total number?
So nonprofits at 15, commercial at 10, and then resident performances, which are local ones, at 20.
Okay, thank you.
Then there's the food services, so that's from your concessions and your cafe income, your lease income there. Box office, so how we have it right now and what is currently the practice and would continue to be the practice, and the practice of most facilities is that there's a ticketing fee associated with each ticket that is sold. And then miscellaneous income, which comes from our event sponsorships, merchandise income, program advertising, facility fees, and also some facilities have an annual membership that you can apply for, and you pay annually for your events. There also is contributed income in there. You'll see the municipal government contribution there of the 400,000, grants, and then corporate and individual contributions, and those are usually your series sponsorship and those types of things. So this kind of just gives you a kind of a breakdown of where that 400,000 comes from, how that revenue comes in. It is detailed in the web report. We just adjusted some of the events to be a little bit more conservative in that, and as we move forward. So that is it for the funding portion.
Okay.
Back over to Norm.
Thank you very much, Chelsea. And I'll move on to the why now. Why now? There has been a lot of planning for this for a very long time. From many years of planning, and the town has been budgeting and putting money away for a project like this. And that has enabled us to be successful in receiving a large grant of money from the federal government for this project. We see this as something that will expand our trading area. We see this as an opportunity for us to build our municipal partnerships. Obviously, the partnership with Woodlands County is a very important relationship to Whitecourt, and I think both the table here and the table there understand the value in we are better together than apart. But we have also had other municipalities reach out to us about this project, and we know Greenview and Yellowhead are watching what we're doing, interested, and we would like to collaborate with those partners as well. And it would be much better if we together as two municipalities did that collaboration. That will be better for everyone. However, the other thing I want to talk about is the opportunities for development of our youth. Right now, we are not seeing our youth develop their careers in arts in this community because they are moving away to facilitate that. Now you may say, careers in arts? Don't know what that means. Well, that means 3D production design, spatial design, digital media, including television and film production. It includes fine arts, photography, arranging, displays. Art can be a great preparation for any career that requires fine motor skills, presentations, an eye for aesthetics, and any creative thinking. So we are very interested in supporting our youth in the region, and we very much want youth to get an opportunity to increase their interests that move them towards a career, and to go and develop that career and come back to our communities and participate as residents of our community. We've always wanted that. From economic development perspective, we want people to go take medicine, come back and practice in Whitecourt. We want people to go become power engineers and come back and practice at the mills. We want people to be becoming educated and recognizing the value of this region, that they want to come and live here because of the services that we offer and the opportunities that are here. So a facility like this will completely expand an area of youth development and educational opportunities that currently do not exist at all, or are extremely limited. We all know this concept of, if you do something now or you do it in 5 years, the guarantee is in 5 years it's more money. That's just a fact. We all know it. So we have this opportunity before us right now. We have all this grant money. We have a great opportunity to move this project forward right now, and it will reinvigorate the economy at the tail end of this pandemic for the entire region. So those are the things that I want to share with you today, and we would certainly open the floor now to any questions, and I would ask that the mayor moderate that, please.
Of course.
Thank you.
No, all the questions will be directed through the chair to the presenter, so I'm going to start with Councillor Cush.
Okay, I guess you're starting with my first question as far as costing on this. It looks like a lot of the funding models and we'll say the way that this was put together was years ago. Have we taken a look at current day's markets, what this will cost? And given that lumber's basically tripled over the last 2 years, steel has also doubled in most places expense-wise. Trade issue or supply and demand and everything is not there. Like we've come across some, we'll say inflation-wise, where it's been 17% and greater in expenses as far as doing this. I'm just curious if these costs were built, I guess 2016 to 2018, where this is going, though those are, basically not viable prices as today's market is when it comes to construction and materials.
So just for clarification, the detailed design cost is current of the last week in January this past month. That's how current that price is.
Okay.
We didn't have the detailed design cost until the last week in January.
Okay, anyone else? I'll go with Councillor Wilhelm.
Okay, so lots of my questions, I have quite a few questions. Most of them are going to be around just understanding where you guys are coming from and your decision-making process around the facility and why you decided to go this route. So in the presentation, you talked about a couple surveys that happened locally and the interests that were expressed out of those. The survey that you guys did in 2009, where the 400 people responded to it, 4 of the questions indicated how likely someone in their household would use an arts facility. And in that survey, let's use an example, 32% of respondents indicated it was highly likely that someone from their household would use an arts facility, while 46% of respondents indicated it was highly unlikely. Do you guys, obviously that was from 2009. Do you guys believe that the public has changed their mind on how likely they're going to use an arts facility? Like this is, I'm sorry, I'm pulling all this data from the web report. So I dug into the web report because I wanted to understand your guys's and the committee's mindset on how you came to your decision. So that's the first public survey. And then there was another one done in 2015. And it wasn't as well responded to. Only 209 people responded to that one. And it didn't have the same questions about it with regards to what's the likeliness of somebody using it. It was more, do we like the plan? And so it was a little bit more general. So I just wanted to know the committee's mindset behind why why you guys believe there's a lot of support for this in the community, and what's the likelihood that people are going to be using this? Because this is quite a large investment for our community.
I'm just pulling the out of the web report, and it was a survey of Whitecourt and Woodlands County of 400 adult residents on interest in the arts facility, and 42% respondents indicated it was highly likely that someone from their household would use the arts facility. 32% of respondents indicated it was highly likely that some from their household would use an arts facility for the visual arts. Unlikely was 38% of respondents indicated it was highly unlikely. So there was 42% that respondents that indicated it was highly likely, and 38% that it was highly unlikely.
Right, but that's just the first question. Like the next two questions were 32% highly likely, 46% highly unlikely, 29% highly likely. For the third question, 45% highly unlikely. So I'm just asking, why do you think that the public perception of how this facility is going to be used has changed when a poll was done when this was first decided to be done, and people overwhelmingly said it's unlikely it would be used?
And 88% responded that they indicated that they would support the construction of an arts facility without a tax increase, and 56 with a tax increase. With an arena, the percentage that uses it is lower than this, right? With a sports facility, a multi-use facility, the percentage is less that would use it of the general population. So when you look at 42% that's highly likely, that is a high percentage.
Okay.
Of the population, right? When you look at even like a hockey rink, when you're looking at it, if you look at it with us here in Whitecourt and Woodlands, we probably only have 300 families that are using that facility on a regular basis, 300 to 400 families. That's a small percentage.
And just so you know, like, I'm not asking these questions to poke hole into. I'm trying to understand your mindset.
And we're trying to provide that. Like, when we look at it, the amount we're looking at a full portfolio for the community, and we notice that recreation's high, right? But when you look at recreation, how many percentage of the population is actually using recreation? When you look at an arena, that's a perfect example. When you're looking at an arena, everyone's sharing in that tax base. We're providing an opportunity for recreation, but where the opportunity for arts and culture is low. So what about those people that don't play hockey? What if their passion is arts and we're not offering them in the community? Everyone's paying as a taxpayer for those 300, 400 families to play hockey. So when you look at it, providing that facility and saying, oh, we want the residents to pay for it, and it's quite a large percentage when you look at 42% compared to what's using recreation. I don't think the committee thought that was a poor result, and Norm, you might want to speak more on that from your perspective.
Well, yeah, from my perspective is we don't offer a great arts component to this community. And I know that people are moving away because of that. I've been working on this for a number of years, including my terms on council, and I know families who continually move away because of that reason. They move because they don't have anything to support arts and culture for their children. And I gave you the two examples of an optician here in town and a doctor here that was here. So we're losing people because we're not filling that component. And I've also demonstrated to you how we've missed out on opportunities for industry because that component's missing. Arts, healthcare, recreation. We've got the two. We don't have the third. That's why this is such an important component that will drive economic development and the economy here.
Okay, I'm just gonna recognize Councillor Kluken, then Councillor Dean, and then I got Councillor Cush after that, so go ahead.
Okay, through the chair to the committee. My background has included a lot of asset management, and I don't know, and I commend you for the amount of work that has obviously gone into this. And for me, the financial question would be the life cycle cost. And I don't know whether that's buried in the operation costs, which it shouldn't be for the purposes of management. But when we're looking at a $41.7 million investment, in asset management on buildings, normally what we used was a 10% annual cost over the life cycle of that building to keep it as the building that we see. So is that $4 million that would annually have to be put into some kind of a sinking fund included in the financial picture? Because that would be something that municipalities would really be concerned about.
Turn that to Chelsea.
So with the asset management portion, it does have in the operationals contribution to the life cycle costs for the life cycle maintenance plan starting in year 4. And that's for the Arts Culture Convention Center, and for the library, we already, we do have life cycle plans that we utilize for that area.
Just for clarification in our document here, that's 15,000 in year 4?
Yeah, in year 4, and then it keeps going up. When you look at it, every year it goes higher and higher, that contribution.
Where is that shown?
Very last line, just come up one, allocation to
Allocation.
capital
Oh,
reserve.
yeah, okay, thank you.
I kind of noticed that as well, so. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of questions I will, if I could. I'm speaking on behalf of Woodlands residents that have called me, and their concern is not so much usage and not so much the debate whether arts need to be recognized or not. What their concern really is trying to understand the numbers. And so the one question that I heard quite a bit was, why is the town going forward with a plan that includes components other than just an arts facility? And so I'd like you to answer that in the form, could this be modular? If the committee decided they wanted to just build an arts facility, could the admin building be added later?
Well, can I do that?
Yeah, for sure.
So how I'd like to answer that for you, Mr. Councillor Dean, is the fact that the complement of one footprint keeps your cost minimized, is number one. If you build 3 separate buildings, you will spend more money. So the complement of having the 3 buildings together is a smaller footprint and will reduce costs, number one. Number two, we have synergies between the buildings. We're using the theater to assist with a conference facility. We're using the conference facility is using the library to have breakout sessions. And there's also a breakout room within the municipal office as well. And so there are opportunities to put these projects together and have, it's better than separate, because to build a conference center independently by itself, we would spend more money and we wouldn't have as many, it would be difficult to put all the breakout sessions and stuff. It's the synergy that we brought together with the complement of the 3 buildings.
So I don't think I asked my question very well, so I'll ask it again. Is there an opportunity to have this overall project constructed in a modular format? So you identify the footprint, but you concentrate your funding on the arts and cultural center only, and then you add the admin building at a later time.
I will defer to Chelsea, that's beyond my scope.
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
When you say modularity, do you mean phased?
Better word, yeah.
Okay, so I think he's meaning phased, but.
Yeah, better word, yeah, thank you.
With the phased approach, what happens is you don't have this shared synergies. You're looking at different mechanical systems. You're also looking at, wouldn't be able to offer the same amount of programming for your operating, when you're looking at your operating model, it would have to be changed significantly as you add portions to it, because as Norm said, you're sharing portions. Like if you're sharing bathrooms and then you're gonna have to build more bathrooms on that first portion to be able to meet those building codes and what you're needing for those types of activities and events. You're gonna need to build on those multi-purpose rooms, or else you're not gonna be able to have your conferences or your dance festivals, because they need those as warm-up spaces. So if you were to build it individually, you're building more than what you need once they're all together. So you're increasing your cost and you're increasing what you're building.
Okay.
Yes, that.
And if I might just add one little thing there too, is if we look at a phased approach, as you go through the regulations for a construction model of X, by the time you add Y, the regulations for construction could change. So there are also those kind of considerations that have to be contemplated. As we know, building regulations can change and do change. And if you have run into a situation where you've invested $10 million in one building and you're now on to your next $35 million building and find out that now you got to redo a whole bunch of stuff, that cost goes up. So those are also, that's also of consideration in a phased approach.
And if I may, just my last question, with respect to the grant, there's been a lot of discussion around deadlines for start of construction. So can you identify when shovels, if this project was to go ahead, when would shovels hit the ground? When do shovels have to hit the ground?
So right now in our timeline, there needs to be progression on construction in the fall. And so that's what's in our grant now. That's what's outlined right now, but we do have to show continual progression on moving forward on it to be able to continue to have that grant.
So is there any opportunity to extend any of those deadlines?
That's difficult to say at this point. That would have to be up to the federal government. I know they've been very sticky on the timelines because it is a grant that is to stimulate the economy and the kind of tail end of the pandemic and stimulate the economy.
But the door's not completely shut on that.
I'm not saying it's completely shut, but they have been very sticky on the timelines.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Cush.
Hey, my first question, talking about, we'll say when we have, say concerts or shows or stuff that run through the Allen Jean Center, most of those are volunteer hours to make that work. How does that change having the new facility? I mean, you're talking about the man hours and stuff that need that. Is it still volunteer hours, or are these now paid individuals?
No. Will there be paid staff that work in the facility? Absolutely, but there'll still be, the bars and stuff will still be run by volunteers. The gate will be run by volunteers. We would have a volunteer complement of about 13 to 15 people per event, as opposed to 100 to 150 people.
Okay. Next question on that would be, if you're pulling a lot of, they say these shows and stuff out of the Allen and Jean Center, then moving them over to the other one, what does that do for the budgets of the revenues from the Allen and Jean for their operations? Because you kind of have competing infrastructure at this point now.
Historically, the concert events were kind of gratis to the society. In the interest of developing arts and culture within the municipality of Whitecourt, the Arts and Culture, the Performing Arts Society didn't pay for the venue. Okay, so I think that's changed now, and I think they pay a portion, but we put the event on with some staff that would help us. We required staff to help us tell us exactly where the seating needed to be. We required staff to help us with the setup of the stage, and they also helped with the lighting and sound that went in. I mean, physical people that have to do stuff. I had staff come in to run power for me, those kind of things. But the facility cost, we didn't pay, it's $10,000 to put the concert on and take these 2 days of the facility. And that's my impression, that's what I thought as a society member. Maybe I'm completely out to lunch, I don't know. Chelsea?
So it was the society that ran the shows, so the revenue always has gone to the society. So that isn't in the Ellen and Jean Miller Center budget. The society pays a rental fee, the same rental fee that anyone else does for the facility. So they pay a rental fee out of their profit. So it wouldn't be much because they only host 1 or 2 a year and they would just pay the rental fee. All of that revenue that Norm talked about before has been going to the society and is in the society's bank account or has been utilized to support arts in the community, such as they brought in some theater groups, they've provided some grants to Pump Jack, they've provided grants to Children's Festival, they've provided different grants in the community to enhance arts and culture, and they do have some still sitting in their bank account. And as this facility, if it moves forward, they would be taking up a piece of that pie of the sponsorship, contributing some money towards certain parts of the facility. And that society would still continue on and work in partnership with the operations of this facility, as Norm had mentioned about, and when you look at the web report, it shows it as a support. So they would still give input on the touring and the acts, and they would provide the volunteer hours. That revenue now would go, though, to this center. However, the performing arts would get a percentage of ticket sales that they could still use to support some of those operations, support some of those local arts in the community.
So, and if I may, just for clarification, I would tell you that in the bank, monies that aren't specifically, like we have monies that are specifically for party in the park, but so our bank account balance would be approximately $54,000. We're not talking about a lot of cash, but we're talking about having enough cash at any given time to get a show started, right? So.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna ask a question following up on that. And I got stuck on party in the park. What's the cost to rent a venue then? So let's say I come to the door and say I want the convention center, I'm gonna have a wedding, I'm booking the whole thing at how much?
It depends really what you're wanting in it, right? Like, are you gonna have, yeah, it depends what you're wanting with it, right? It's a complex business model there, so it depends what you're.
Well, let's say it's a 300-person wedding.
So are you gonna just use the multi-purpose room?
Which multi-purpose room are we talking about?
Well, there's, the full multi-purpose room is 600 people, so if you're just gonna use one multi-purpose room.
That's where all those tables are.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, you know, something like that and dinner, let's say.
Well, you'd have to pay, depending, are you gonna bring in your caterer? Like, it's really hard this is a complex business model, right? Like, are you gonna bring in your caterer? Are you going to have it catered there, have them do the food?
That's the question I have. So you say there's a commercial kitchen here.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at only hosting an event, at the most you'd be hosting one event a week, let's say. How are you gonna pay a whole kitchen staff and a Red Seal chef and the whole shooting match to deal with a commercial kitchen if you're only bringing them in once a week, or is that all volunteer?
So there's two different, in here when you're looking at it, there's two different models when you're looking at the food services. One is to have it so that you have caterers come in and they pay a catering fee to use the facility for those events. The other one is to lease that kitchen out. And so you'd have a lease rate for that kitchen coming in. When you're looking at your big concession sales, a lot of that is your alcohol sales from your conferences and from your events, your concerts. They usually make between 10 to 15,000 on alcohol sales per concert net. So just that's kind of how that model is in here.
Okay, Councilor Prestige.
So you have an estimated projected cost of 59.5 million, and you have your funding according to that. I have not seen very many projects not go over the projected cost. It's nothing to have a 10% overrun on a project this size. But in your funding, you don't show any place for cost overrun. So who's gonna pay for that cost overrun when it happens?
Can you talk about?
Yeah, I can talk about
Yeah.
that. So in that project cost, Bruce, it does have the contingency in it, as well as an escalation factor. So we're looking at a contingency of 3.6 million and an escalation factor of 2.1 million already in that 59.5.
Okay, so back in 2018, we were presented with a cost for this project was right around 55 to 56 million. So with the inflation since 2018 and with your projected cost overruns, you're pretty much at the same price that you were in 2018 if you have the projected overruns in your cost already. So to me, you're not considering the cost of inflation in the price of the building.
Well, with all due respect, Councillor Prestige, the 2018 number was not based on a detailed design. It was a generalization based on some other facilities in the province that were created. So now that we've got a specific detailed design and you've had the contract price all that out, we feel much more confident in the number that they've presented to us and built in the additional $5 million in contingency and stuff so that we can protect ourselves. And it will be part of the responsibility of the bidding process to mitigate cost expenses and overruns.
Okay, Councilor Cush.
Next, as far as the use and stuff, like what can this building honestly provide that can't be done within current infrastructure within the town? We have the Force Interpretive Center, which I mean, you pull those tables out, you get use that as your theater basically. I mean, that building's underutilized. I mean, I understand our library is pretty small in town and could use it, but there is currently a library. You have the Ellen and Jean Mello Center, there is the Westward Center. You talk about hosting conventions and stuff, there's all these hotels that are already underutilized and have convention centers in town. It puts you basically in direct competition with a lot of the businesses and ratepayers and stuff that you have downtown or uptown and whatnot too. Like what benefit does this have instead of trying to look at current infrastructure and what's there, and again being, we'll say maybe a steward, a good steward of resources and trying to play it out for what's available instead of building something else in the back of the taxpayers.
So if I might answer that for you, Councillor Cush, the analysis was done of the community, all the community groups and all the community buildings. So the short and skinny answer to your question is order of scale. So I know people who took their wedding out of White Court because there's not a venue that's big enough to do that. I know people who called and wanted conference space. Continually, the town gets 10 to 15 calls per year about conferencing spaces, but we don't have spaces large enough to accommodate that. So this is a magnitude of scale that will address all those concerns and enable us to have the Fire Smart International Conference. Have 500 delegates come here. We'll be able to have the oil and gas conference that currently happens in Calgary and Grand Prairie right now with 600 delegates. So those are the kind of things that you can't fit 600 delegates in any other building in this municipality or the region at all. So the size of the existing facilities are currently our limitation. And by using a facility or bringing a facility like this to the region enables us an opportunity to expand and meet those needs. When they call and they say, we'd like to come to White Court and do a conference, we say, absolutely, we've got the perfect spot for you. So that's I hope that answers your question, sir.
I would also add just on infrastructure that Northern Gateway's capital plan, their first priority is getting a K-12 replacement school built up in Valley View, and that is in the approval process. The second priority is to build a new 5 to 7, grades 5 to 7 school, and they would be decommissioning Central School in downtown Whitecourt. It's not as residential as it used to be, that area, and they find that they would probably be a better choice to be building something new. And so that stage that's currently being used by pump jack players will no longer exist.
And with that, we do have several dance festivals that are being hosted currently out of our community by our dance studios in St. Albert and other places, as we don't have the ability to host those types of events here. Dance, cheer, all of those types of things that require a theater, symphony, orchestra, ballets, none of those could be hosted here. Some of those A-line clients that we've talked about, we've been able to attract a few to the Ellen and Jean Miller Center, but we've had several that have turned it down because they require specific lighting and sound that can't be done at those venues. Like we've had Terry Clark and stuff like that, but we had Johnny Reed, Kenny Rogers was another one when he was still alive that offered to come, but when found out what we had for a facility we weren't able to accommodate them. KISS, we couldn't accommodate it, their lighting and sound. So there's just, it does really, what we do have limits what we can offer in the community, because it doesn't meet. And if you look through Webb's study, he actually did a needs analysis of all of the spaces, and he interviewed all of the halls and so forth, and they just said that this is a different use than what they could provide through their facilities.
So just, if I might add one last comment.
Go ahead.
And when I talk to the people who manage and do dance, they actually have to call ahead 2 years in advance to try and book a facility like Camrose, like Sherwood Park, like St. Albert's. But what is happening is they are so full and booked so far ahead that places like Morinville, Westlock, those kind of places that have inferior facilities are actually getting some of those festivals in an inferior facility because just there's too many numbers that they don't have the opportunity to go to a facility. So this will be a complement and fill some of that gap.
So I'm gonna just go first here. So I keep hearing the word partnership, and you're looking for, what was the number again? 8.1? 7.1 in municipal partners. And back in 2018, I think, Woodlands County had sent a letter saying that we couldn't participate in this. There was an actual letter sent to the town along those lines. And I'm trying to figure out how we got here, because in late 2017, I think, just following the election, we had a joint council meeting, and I saw 5 versions of this facility. And there were all these different components to this facility, and different options, different spends. I think one started about 30 and they went all the way up to 50 or something. But I don't have it was years ago. So I don't have them. And at no time did I ever hear any involvement on the part of this council to get involved making any kind of decisions or seeing any versions of this coming out. And it seems like now this is a $60 million facility that is at the end of this, and I don't, what happened in the 4 years that I missed? So and this seems like the only option now.
I will leave that to you.
Okay, I won't contradict you, Mayor, but we did have a joint meeting in 2018 of both councils, and we also the Performing Arts Society had a presentation in 2018 with Woodlands County Council in Fort, and so they have been involved with that, and I'll just leave it at that.
So, but just to be clear, you showed the facilities?
The facilities were part of those discussions, and yes, the floor plans were part of both of those packages.
I don't remember seeing a floor plan in 18. Like I said, I remember the 4 or 5 different versions of it, but I don't remember a decision
I
being.
have the presentation, so
Yeah.
I don't wanna, yeah, but 2018, we did a presentation in Fort Assiniboine.
Okay.
I was very pregnant, I remember.
Councillor
Brings back
Will.
those memories.
So my questions are going to come back to trying to get to the mindset of how you came to this decision on what the project's going to be and the costing on it. And again, I went over the web project, or whatever you call it, extensively, trying to understand how you guys came to where you're at right now with this project. And I mean, when the feasibility study was done in 2011, so that's on page 11, they indicated kind of 2 operating models that could happen out of this. One was a municipally operated operating model, and one was a nonprofit society operated model. The nonprofit operated society model with a standalone operational partner was indicated to be a break-even model, whereas the municipally operated model was running at a deficit of $400,000. So that's kind of the starting part of my question. Why did we decide to go one way or the other when one in the feasibility study seems to make a bit more sense? Also in the feasibility study, the conclusions from that indicated that a 500 to 700 seat facility was only determined to be a strongly feasible project if it was done with school partnerships. And I don't see school partnerships being part of this current project. So again, that's a break from the web services study. And then lastly, in the service study, when this was done in 2016, it talked about the population of Wakeboard continuing to increase 5% year over year, and expected that was going to happen. Our tax base is going to increase. We're going to have more money for a project like this. But if you actually look at the numbers from the federal census and the provincial estimations of our region, Wakeboard has, since 2016, has decreased in population by 4%, and Woodlands has decreased in population by 3%. We're losing our tax base, and I understand part of the reason behind this project is to try to draw more people in, but from my understanding, the project is the end point of this project was designed around a continuously growing population, a continuously growing tax base, and we don't currently have that happening right now. So are we creating a Field of Dreams type situation where if you build it, they will come? You know what I mean? I see this end product and it looks fantastic, but is it the right size for our current community, and the fact that our current community is really struggling with population and decreasing since 2016? That's a lot of words, and I hope my question made sense there. I want to understand why we decided to go with such a large facility on the performing arts when the web study indicated that we shouldn't be going that large with the current operating models.
I will just speak to a portion of that, and that is specifically that, as I indicated, the average attendance at the Miller Center for an event was between 900 and 1,500 people. So when we say we're going to build a 600-seat theater, I am thinking about, will we be able to keep that entertainer for 2 nights so we can do a Friday, Saturday show to meet the needs of the community? And further to that, I think that it's important to recognize that, sorry, I've lost my train of thought here. The train of thought is that we're not building this for today. This would not come online till 2025, and then this is a facility that's going to be here for 60 years. So as we sit around the table and contemplate those kind of things as councillors, it's the vision about what the future will hold and what we need to become as the community grows and becomes successful. So your point is well taken. There's been a lot of things, including COVID, including oil and gas. There's a lot of things that have impacted our region and the population base in our region. But those are inflections in time. But over the course of the next 10 years, there'll be a different change. And I don't see Woodlands County and Whitecourt doing this in their population base. In fact, I see them going back higher. And as we see oil prices now increase up to $100 a barrel, we will see more things will come over time, just based on that alone. But I think that a project like this will bring us even more addition and incentive for people to be and regionally locate here.
And just to follow that up, I mean, we've all seen the list of comparable communities on page 34. Again, I understand what your end result you want it to be in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, whatever it is. Maybe we'll be at those 18,000, 20,000% population or percent, 18,000 people, 20,000 people population. But even on the trend, the population increase trend that was happening before the downturn, we would never reach that population base even in 30 years. So why are we building for something that we might not even have the population base to support? We're building a facility for the size of a community 2.5 to 3 times what our current population base is. There's no trends at any point in the last 50 years that showed that we were ever trending up to that size of a population. So why are we building for that population size? That's another question I had.
So I guess I'll answer that. The report stated with schools a 700-seat facility, without schools a 500-seat facility. This is proposed at 600. We learned from our tours and our visitations with other that 600 is optimal for your operating because of your acts that you're bringing in and your ticket pricing, that 600 is optimal for a facility. Camrose was a little bit under that. They had to take out some seats. They recommended 600. We visited 2 other communities that built too small. By the day they opened their doors, they built, those were between 350 and 450. And one of them's a community, a very similar size to what Whitecourt was when they started building. As soon as they opened their doors, they were too small for their community. And so their local theater group is trying to find other places. They can't attract the acts. They don't have the capacity of offering conferences. So it's affected their operational models. And with a theater, you can't build on. A theater it's because it's a stage, it's built on sound, lighting, and viewing. You can't build on, it's fixed. So we wanted to get it right. We wanted to make sure that we weren't building too small. Webb did say 500. We did go the little extra because of what we learned on those tours. And both councils had input into that, as well as the performing arts, and as well as our local groups.
And just to add on to that, one other thing to think about and recognize is that when you put on an event, like a theater event or like a performer, then you're not talking about the base of Whitecourt Woodlands. People come from all over. Barb and I travel to Edmonton on a regular basis to see entertainment.
And
that kind of
Edson
thing.
And other communities.
And Edson and other communities, I go to Salmon Arm every year to do that. So this is something that becomes a destination because people are attracted. They want to come and see Jan Arden. They want to come and see entertainers. And we know that because we see them in the park, in Rotary Park, that came from Spruce Grove, because of our beautiful park in Whitecourt. And they will also come, and they did come, to our concert events at the Miller Center from far away. So it's a destination, and it's greater than the population base for consideration.
I wanted to ask Chelsea if she recalls the theater that had been run by the volunteers and then what had happened. Do you remember which theater?
Yeah, so there's very few theaters that are run by societies. And when Webb came out, we had that discussion. And if you look at his report, it is recommending that it be municipally operated. And the reason being is it's very difficult for societies to be able to operate theaters. There's very few that are operated specifically by societies now. And to look at it, a lot of times things don't get done sometimes when societies are operating them, and to maintain that infrastructure and so forth, it is recommended that it be ran municipally operated with, though, a partnership with a nonprofit society, so that they're you're still getting that volunteer base, which reduces your costs, but you're also getting the support of the municipality. It also and also the nonprofit providing that support on acts and things like that to keep it locally and try to grow that the art space in the community. But nonprofits operating them haven't been successful just because it requires so much volunteer involvement, where from the money management to the special equipment. Some of them had lighting and sound crews. They couldn't get them in, so they'd have a show coming, but they'd have no volunteers to run their lighting and sound. So there is we heard about a lot of different experiences while we were out.
Well, and there was actually staff who spoke directly to us while we were touring, who said how happy they were when their municipalities took over the operation, how much easier their jobs became, and frankly, they were paid more.
So I'm gonna just ask one question and then I'll get Councillor Dean, actually maybe it's two. This project seems like you're looking to go ahead with it, or the town's looking to go ahead with it. Is there an opportunity for public, is this going to a vote on the public side? Because if Woodlands goes along with it, there's gonna be a tax bump, and this council has been really focusing on trying to get more and more public engagement and really having good feedback from our residents and seeing what that looks like. And and if I'm speaking out of line on that, let me know, because we haven't gone through our strategic planning yet and these other components. But I know public engagement is a big component of it. So we certainly have to have that conversation with our residents. But is this going ahead, or is there going to be a public vote on it?
Well, I have to remind you, Mr. Mayor, that this is the ad hoc committee providing an educational campaign about the facility. We are not a body that makes any of those decisions, and we're not abreast of any of those decisions having been made now or in the future. The information that was asked of us, of council, was to educate the public, and they are becoming educated on this as well. The council of the day is becoming educated on this as well. And subsequent to the completion of the education campaign, then the council of the day will deliberate over all those questions. But there's no answers because there's no decisions made at this point.
And if I can just add to that, the ad hoc committee worked with administration to come up for the town, the kind of what that impact, if they were to borrow their 10.1 million, what that impact would look like for residents. And you'll see in the brochures we have that. We don't have that information from Woodlands County, and that is something the committee could work with administration to be able to show that. I know for the town on a residential, what that looks like is $90 in a tax increase. That's what $10.1 million looks like. It looks like
$772 a month.
Yeah, and that's phased in from 2023 to 2025 when it's built, and then stays static at 2025. And that includes both the operating and the construction costs in that. So the $10.1 million debenture plus their portion of operating costs and for those. So that is in there, and that looks like $90. We also broke it out for business and industry so that they could have a clear picture. And I know Norm has a question, and it's later on, but the question is, we're doing an education campaign and we'd like to get out into the county. And is that something that, how can we do that? We didn't include it right now because we don't know if you're okay with us going out and doing an education campaign in the county, getting it out to the county. How would you like to see that happen? Because we're more than willing as a committee, and we've had these discussions at all of our meetings, we're willing to go out and provide education, but we wanted to know how you would like.
That's something your residents want. or your council wants, because we certainly wouldn't go out and do an education campaign in Goose Lake if that's not the decision of this council. So before we ever put any of those on our agenda, tried to organize anything like that, we were respectfully coming to you to provide the education campaign and then say, please give us guidance. If you want us to go to Goose Lake, if you want us to go to Anselmo, if you want us to go to Westward Center, just let us know and we will make those arrangements to try and enable an opportunity for your residents to become aware. I know many of your residents are already aware. I know many of your residents are watching this presentation today. I know many of your residents have been at the Economic Development Committee or at the Chamber of Commerce or the Rotary Club or those kind of things. And we're going to have a public session online tonight, and we're going to have an open public session at St. Joseph Hall where people all come into the hall tomorrow evening, and that will be the conclusion of the White Court education campaign. But that is not limited to residents of White Court. We are open to anyone, residents from Woodlands County, residents from White Court, attending both the online or in-person forum. And we'd like to put that out to you.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I want to reel this back from the visionary talk and the questions relating to the vision and the if you build it, will they come type of, and really get granular just on one specific point. And again, this question has come to me from a number of residents, and I know that I did bring it up at the committee level. Has the committee done a informal or formal inquiry into how many hotel spaces there are that would accommodate 400 people from out of town or 300 people from out of town? And the reason I'm being asked that question is if you talk to the folks that organize minor hockey tournaments or basketball tournaments, when those hotel spaces get filled up by industry workers, it's really hard to find a room in this town. And from a pragmatic point of view, that becomes problematic if people want to host a conference and then they find out they can't get their delegates here. And it sounds like a minor situation, but I think it's very real. So I asked the question, has the committee done any homework on that? And if not, are they going to?
And I'll defer to Chelsea, please.
Well, currently our rooms are not being utilized in the community, right? So there's lots of rooms, many to host these types of events.
So many means that there's 400 hotel rooms vacant right now?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
I don't think they're very, we know that they haven't been well utilized, the hotels right now, not being well utilized. We're seeing a little bit of traffic in the last few weeks. You can see some coming in. I've seen more being booked, but we have several hoteliers in town.
Councillor Cush?
Just kind of a follow-up to what Councillor Dean said. I mean, you're taking a look at what the hotel capacity is now, but if they said oil's back up to $100 a barrel, industry gets rolling again, 3/4 of the hotel capacity in this town is filled. So I mean, that's definitely, looking at numbers right now through COVID with industry being down as far as hotel space, versus maybe 2 years from now, if everything's up and rolling again, what's available are two completely different things. Nextly, we're talking again, we'll say your theater, 600 seat theater, and so you bring in one of these big venues or something comes in here, you have a performer up in the show with 600 seats. When you were talking at the Allen and Jean was 900 to 1,500 people, so we'll average that essentially half the amount of ticket sales for one facility over another one. Wouldn't it, in my mind, correct me if I'm wrong, would it make more sense to update the lighting and sound at the Allen and Jean and be able to host twice as many people for these shows instead of half as many people for another one at this large price tag?
Well, I'm not sure if you've ever attended a theater.
Sure have.
Well, if you've attended an event in a gymnasium and compare it to a theater, they're completely different experiences. And so that's part of what the answer to the question of the query is. They're not even the same. So, and the rec center is really a rec center.
And there isn't lighting and sound at the rec center. It has to be brought in each time, and it has to be paid for, which is between $10,000 to $15,000
Just
to bring it in.
You know, ten to $15,000. You know, even if you bought the equipment to have there, is still less money. Especially if you're getting twice as many people for a show than you would at the other one.
You can't put it there because you have volleyballs going. You have it's not feasible. So just it's not feasible to convert the Ellen and Jean Miller Center to be prepared to have a concert there on a regular basis. We have looked into it. It's just not something that's feasible. And then in light of the hotel rooms, you know, I think that would be a good thing if we're out of hotel rooms in the community. And then I think people would be looking at building more hotels, which is where you get your economic drive and that Norm has been talking about during that. So I think that would be a good problem.
So I'm gonna ask one more question, and then I think we can probably bring this in for a landing here. I know it's getting past lunch, everybody's getting a little angry. Has there been any, I know the Eagle River Casino and Travel Plaza and everything, they had a vision to have a convention center and this kind of thing. So has there been any consultation on the First Nations end of thing where there could be some partnership there to pull down some of the cost to taxpayers? Was there any on the First Nation side?
Chelsea, please.
Those are definitely things that we've been looking into, and as partners with Woodlands County and the town, if moving forward, those would be great discussions to have in partnership with our First Nations partners.
No, I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about out there. Like this has to go in the town, is what you're saying. Like this whole project.
It is a municipal, we received 15.6 million in municipal funding.
But if I understand your question, Mr. Mayor, you're saying they had contemplated hotels and conference spaces out there.
Right.
What is the status of that?
Well,
and that's what you're asking us?
We keep talking about truth and reconciliation, and we keep talking about partnerships with First Nations, and I'm wondering if anybody thought to actually talk to them and see how those two visions align, because you've got a travel conference center that they wanted to build, along with a casino, along with an entire facility. The town wants the same thing. We're going through all this ICF stuff right now to try and take the burden off of taxpayers to try and get synergies in these areas. So was that discussion ever had before this was put on?
The discussions that have been had, I guess, are that the acts that we could have here with the proposed center would complement that of the casino.
Seems like it would be in competition, but
We work in partnership right now on Party in the Park and different events that way, and it's actually they complement each other. That's the only discussions that we've had so far.
So we would actually have to talk to somebody like Rcmp and find out whether are there concrete plans moving it forward, or are they just visions and ideas and concepts that could take a decade to come to fruition? And I don't know the answers to that, but he may shed more light on that, and I'm sorry, I don't know that information.
well, that's my point, is that over 6 years, there was never a conversation with them about doing something jointly.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I can tell you that Rcmp was at the council roundtable and spoke to us afterwards and was very favorable about it. So he did not see a conflict. He was favorable about it.
Okay, so Councillor Presentation.
In 2016 and 2018, Woodlands County sent a letter saying that the municipality was not interested in participating with this project. Since then, our financial situation has gotten a lot worse. And back then, we thought that it was out of our range, it was too expensive. Things have changed for us, it's gotten worse. And yet here you are again with your hand out, Like,
We are doing an education campaign. We haven't asked for any money at all. I'm not
it's
suggesting.
right in there.
Those are partners, more than just what Woodlands County, but this committee is not asking of money right now at all.
Councillor Kush?
Just one more question. I mean, you talk about the benefits and what, and all the benefits you're talking about, revitalizing downtown Whitecourt, the hotels, restaurants, everything in the town of Whitecourt. What benefit does this really have to the county?
Industry.
But all the industry that you're talking about, as far as that's gonna be profiting off this, is within the town boundary.
No, industry is within the bounds of Woodlands County. We see industry development in Woodlands County, which will bring people that will reside in Whitecourt or Woodlands County. That's the advantage to Woodlands County.
As well as increased services in Whitecourt in the area of professional services that it attracts, that Woodlands County residents utilize, such as doctors, lawyers, engineers, accountants, and so forth.
Okay. I think at this point we'll wrap up. I don't know if there's any other final questions, but I know from Woodlands End with the focus that we're dealing with right now is applying the most important metric that we have at hand right now, and that's identifying needs over wants and the amount of value for dollar spent in the situation that we're in right now. And I don't know if people appreciate the situation that we're in, and maybe we need to really get that particular thing out. There's a lot of challenges that are facing rural Alberta right now, and we're not the only municipality facing them. So with that, I'll certainly thank the presenters, and thanks. I know we kind of put you on the spot with a few questions and everything, but I appreciate the conversation. So, Councillor Kush?
Motion the council accept the presentation from the ad hoc building committee as information.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, guys. And I shake hands and we do stuff, but sorry. Yeah, we got a couple more days to go, and then we're back to semi-normal, maybe. I don't know. Excuse me. Just let us know when we're, actually, you know, let's break for lunch at this point. I think it's probably cold by now, but,
I'll take a.
I can't hear you. No, we don't have to make a motion to break for lunch. We're just I'm gonna break for lunch. We're back on? Okay, good. So we're back from our lunch break. We're gonna go backwards to go forwards here. To item 5.1, good grief. Item 5.1, 581/22 procedural bylaw change the CAO title to read. So that was on amending the chief elected official title.
That is correct, your worship. There was the request in, and it had, I believe, first reading at the last meeting is to change on the chief elected official from the term mayor to read.
Okay. Councillor Prestage.
I'll make a motion that council gives second reading to bylaw 581/22.
First reading, yeah.
You gotta go first reading.
No, she said first reading is done.
Oh, I'm sorry, we give first reading today. I misread that.
Yeah,
My
we pushed
apologies.
it off last meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will go. Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 581/22 procedural bylaw.
Okay. Any discussion?
I would like to have a little discussion.
Yep,
So,
absolutely.
last meeting, we obviously I was one that raised a bit of concern over it, and it's not concern in that I think it's a bad idea or anything like that. It's just we do have they've listed now in the RFD for us the counties that refer to the CEO as mayor, and it is like I said the last meeting, a lot of the big players in Alberta for rural municipalities have done this change. Now we're planning on differentiating ourselves from them again. They're the big players, and we want to pull ourselves away from them. I know that this was driven mostly from you, Mayor Burrows, and if you could maybe just give me a little bit more of your mindset on why you think the change is a good idea, and why you want to go through with this.
There's kind of two really specific reasons. The one is that if you look at the municipalities that are not referred to as a REIT, I know specifically Yellowhead, Strathcona Sturgeon, Parkland, Leduc, and Lac La Biche. Those are all elected at large. So the citizens, you run for the mayor's position. And that tends to be a caveat. One of the caveats for the mayor's position is that you're elected at large.
Mm-hmm.
So the default under the MGA is the chief elected official is a reeve in an appointed amongst council position, which tends to, on the default position, tends to be on the rural end of things. So if we decide to do a mayoral election at large, then the title would change again. There's not a lot, I don't know that there's a lot of administrative cost to this, and I don't want to burden our administration with more cost. I just think it's important that we identify as what we are, and we're a smaller rural community. And by the definitions that I can see, this position is not a mayor, it's a REIT.
Good.
Councillor Coogan.
Yeah, I understand your comment, but I guess if you look at the bigger picture is that there's 50 other municipalities that they're considered REITs, and some of them are bigger municipalities by geographical, and some of them are bigger by population. And I think for us, it is as much an identity thing as it is anything else. And that's kind of why I have it. It's an identity that we are a rural community. And given the circumstances that we're dealing with, I think it serves a purpose at this point in time. And there may be another council in the future that wants to change that back. So that's kind of my argument for.
Councillor Wilhelm.
So I guess as our mayor or potentially soon to be reeve, do you see any issues with regards to representing the community, like with big industry, where they're asking, like, are they going to look at you? Are they going to look at us differently with your having the title being named reeve, and they're like, why aren't you just called a mayor? Like, have you ever encountered that type of situation before?
Typically, it's the other way around, especially when I'm in the room with the mayor of Whitecourt. I'm either confused with the mayor of Whitecourt and it's hard to differentiate, they get us confused because they don't understand that we're the rural around. And typically people tend to link, the larger urban with the rural municipality that they're located in, so. Excuse me, yeah, if anything, I'd say it's kind of the other way around. At least that's what I've had, and then I go into about a 5-minute conversation as to why I'm the mayor and not the reeve. So it's it's confusing that way for them. And it maybe people didn't understand the whole reeve mayor thing 10 years ago, but it's more understood now. It's really the title change is not a huge issue. I don't want to cost a pile of money and time at it, and if council wants to leave it the same way, and we just want to not waste energy on it, fine. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's important to identify as what you are. That's all. Councillor Williams.
I believe Gord said there's minimal costs and time associated with it, so I don't have a problem with the little bit that it will cost.
Alicia, you can confirm that?
Through the chair and all the council, yes, CAO Frank did indicate at the last meeting that cost would be minimal because we don't have that identification on our letterhead. Our signatory items for banking, we do not have it designated as a position, it's simply a signature. So there would be some costs, but they would be very minimal. I don't think of anything right now that would require us to immediately change. We could change as things needed to be reordered. Business cards is probably
That's what you said last
the only one, and that is a very minimal.
Makes sense. I just wanted to ask the questions.
No, all good. That's what we're here for, is to ask the questions. Okay, there's a motion still on the floor to give first reading to the bylaw. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Councillor Kush.
Make a motion the council gives second reading to bylaw 580-122.
Okay, motion for second reading. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. And then we have, and just so that council understands, this is a procedural portion. When you're passing all three, if you want to pass all three readings, or if you want to take a break on this, it's up to council. If you pass a bylaw in one sitting, this next motion, the council proceeds to third and final reading of bylaw 580-122. That particular motion must pass unanimously to do all three readings in that day. If it doesn't, then it can come back and pass 4-3. It just takes another 2 weeks. It doesn't matter. But so that you understand the procedures for any new councillors, that's the deal.
Okay.
Councillor Kulkin.
I'll make the motion that council proceed to the third and final reading of bylaw 580-122.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that one?
And just a discussion, I believe that this will end up, regardless if we don't do it now and wait till the next meeting, I believe this will pass, so I don't feel the need to hold it up. And I agreed with your description and reasoning on why you wanted to do it, but I didn't. Like I said, I just wanted to have that conversation before we make a bylaw change as to the reasoning why that bylaw change is happening and the driver behind it.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, I see that one is unanimous, so we can go to third. Councillor Kush.
I'll make the motion the council gives the final reading of bylaw 580-122.
Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. I'm a reeve now.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Okay, now, business arising, rescheduling March 16, 2022 council meeting. Alicia?
Yes, your worship, members of council, at the prior meeting, it was discussed that the RMA Spring Convention coincides with what would be the normal meeting. We had some unknown scheduling conflicts amongst some of the members, so we put it back on the agenda today so that we could formalize and adopt a date for the mid-March meeting.
Okay. Councillor Gee?
As I recall, we were looking at either the evening of the 16th or the 17th, depending on your schedule.
Yep, I'm just trying to get that up here. March the 16th. Yeah, because that's the ending of the RMA, right?
Which ends at noon. It gives us lots of time to get back.
For this, Mayor Reeve Burrows, were we not wanting to do it that Thursday evening because you have something on your schedule?
No, it's just that it's the end of, there's a possibility there may be something scheduled after that at the RMA level, so that's my issue. But we haven't solided that up yet, so.
For that next day, and just for clarification with council, that evening on March 17th, which would be the Thursday, was that conflicting for anyone?
No.
Not for me, no.
Yeah, it's just for me, I'd have to miss another day of work.
I think that's why we were talking evenings to start with.
Yeah, on that Thursday, if we did it 9:30, I have to miss another day of work, and I would like to not do that if we don't have to.
Would it work in the evening?
Yeah.
The 17th you're talking?
Yes.
Yeah, it works for me
17th
too.
evening works better for me as well.
17th evening?
Either works.
Okay.
So that would be a 6:30 meeting or?
Yeah, 17th evening works for me. Councillor Wilhelm.
Motion that council reschedule the March 16th, 2020 regular council meeting to March 17th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. at the municipal office in Wakeboard.
Perfect. Any discussion on that one? That works for admin?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. I don't see any hands up, so all in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
I think that's the easiest one we've ever passed.
Oh, new business, 8.1, proposed Blue Estates outline plan for. Hi, Joan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So we have a outline plan called Blue Ridge Estates for the.
Joan?
Sorry?
I must have something wrong with my ears, but I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you just a little bit?
I'll force it out.
Okay.
So we have an outline plan in front of us for part of Northeast 235910, located within the hamlet of Blue Ridge. It's a parcel that was just recently logged, and the developer has come forward. He would like to pursue further subdivision and development of the parcel. However, as a result of that, because it is zoned reserve district, it is required that an outline plan or an area structure plan be approved by council. So the developer has provided us with an outline plan that lays out phased development of the parcel, starting with some country residential development that could eventually lead into urban development. So under our land use bylaw, as I noted, it is currently zoned reserve district. In the outline plan, the first phase would be to change it to country residential district, and then he would like to pursue some subdivision of about 4 parcels there. So under the municipal development plan, under hamlet development, there are a few sections there in which the proposal does meet the intent of the municipal development plan. That development shall contribute to the economic base and enhance the quality of life in the community. It does indicate that it should be urban in nature and developed to an urban standard. The proposal that they've provided us leads into that eventually. So looking at doing some larger parcels that could eventually be developed into an urban standard where there would be municipal sewer, water, and lighting, etc. So fairly extensive development, but that's well into the future. Pursuant to our policy 6111, an outline plan requires a resolution of council in order to pass the plan. So attached is the document, if council has any questions on it. Just some more information. So administration, what we do is we will be sending out notification to all residents in the hamlet by means of a letter. It'll also be advertised locally for 2 weeks prior to the public hearing. Copies will be at the front at the administration office here, and we'll also hopefully have it on the website so that people can view it there as well. And administration will be available to answer any questions prior to the public hearing. Just looking for council to establish that date for March 17th, 2022 at probably 7 p.m. here at the White Court office during the regular council meeting.
Councilor Wilhelm.
So a question, just on some of the background and for this subdivision, does the current infrastructure in Blue Ridge, if we added this amount of houses, will the water and sewer be able to handle that increased amount of load on our municipal services?
It would.
Councilor Dean.
Through the chair to, I guess to both of you, but maybe to Joan first. If this goes ahead, in that hamlet, we're gonna have a mix of small lot sizes and then these large lot sizes. And in its initial stage, the septic systems would all be private.
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, what the developer is looking to do is rather than have, per se, your regular septic system is to do cisterns and holding tanks only.
Yeah.
So that's, not an issue for future development.
Okay, so then in future development, then those cisterns would either be abandoned or ripped out and the lots, is it conceivable that within, if this plan is approved and we go through with a small amount of large lots, could one lot holder decide they want to subdivide into numerous small lots and the others would remain as country residential?
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, yes, that could be entertained as part of the plan, yes. So if you had, his intent is to initially do the 4 lots, so if he sold one of those 4, or one of the 4 parcels, and that individual chose to go to the extent of the hamlet commercial, or hamlet residential sized lots, we just have to go one step further and they would have to then supply us an area structure plan as to how it would be serviced specifically.
So where I'm going with this line of questioning is, if I bought lot 4, for example, and lot 2 or lot 3 right beside me wanted to go to hamlet residential, that's gonna change radically my way of life. I'm all of a sudden gonna have 20 neighbors instead of 1. Mm-hmm. I don't understand how that mix could be contemplated.
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, given the history of the hamlet, I don't know that you'll find a developer that'll go to the extent that they will go to the smaller parcel sizes. Because what we found is that we have another developer in the hamlet on the far east side, in which he purchased, or was in the process of purchasing a portion of county-owned land and developing those smaller parcels. That's been an ongoing process for the last 6 years, I'm going to say. And there's not the palette there, I'll say, for the smaller hamlet parcels. Like he hasn't had success in selling those smaller lot parcels. So given that history, I'm thinking that the larger parcels probably won't see that extent of development for several years down the road.
Yeah, and fair enough. I agree with you. I just think that down the road, there could be some unhappy campers.
So on that end, is there an opportunity then in a planning way that we can stop further subdivision on those, and so that what you buy is what you're going to be looking at for the next while, or?
What we can do is we could entertain a restrictive covenant on the parcel that just identifies what the particular future plans are for it. We have done that in the past. We've got a country residential subdivision out on the Flats Road in which there is what's called a concept outline plan for future town development that overlays those country residential lots. And we could do very much the same with this particular one.
Okay. Councillor Prestige.
The way it's laid out right now into smaller, if it got subdivided into smaller, like hamlet lots, the cost to do it, and you'd have to run water and sewer from the hamlet out to it, it becomes where you can't develop it. This property's been bought and sold numerous times, and as soon as they get to that stage, they sell it again. This guy's willing to do this proposal, it makes sense, and then, you know.
Yeah, you draw the people into that.
Okay, so, and at this point, we're not approving this particular plan or anything, we're looking to schedule a public hearing. Councillor Kush.
Okay, I want to make a motion, the council direct administration to schedule a public hearing for the proposed Blue Ridge Estates outline plan for part northeast 235910 west of the 5th Meridian on March 17th, 2022 at 7:00 p.m. at the Woodlands County Municipal Office, Council Chambers in Lakewood.
Okay.
Isn't that our council meeting?
That's when the public hearings
Okay.
happen. Yes, okay, does that 7 p.m. work? Yes?
Yeah, that's what you said.
Okay. All right, motion on the floor from Councillor Kush. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. That brings us to item 8.2, RFP on the appointment of assessment review board officials for 2022.
Your worship and members of council, this is an item that comes before council annually. Woodlands County uses an external service, Capital Regional Assessment Services Commission, to hear our assessment appeals, if there are any every year. As council's well aware, ratepayers can never appeal their taxes, but they can appeal the assessment on their property. So this is the board that is in place and would handle any of those appeals for us. Using an outside service such as this ensures that we always have qualified and trained personnel on hand to hear the hearings when they come up. And that's as a courtesy to our ratepayers because we can be very efficient in hearing their appeals. So we're looking today simply for appointment of the Assessment Review Board officials for 2022 as detailed on Appendix A for you.
Councillor Kuchen.
I move that council approve the appointment of members identified in Appendix A to the Assessment Review Board for 2022.
Thank you, Councillor. Any discussion on that one? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right. Andre, Range Road 101, Creek Realignment Tender.
Worship members of council, the tender for the creek realignment on Range Road 101 was let out. There were 9 bidders. Bids range from $84,000 to $628,000. A big spread. The 2 lowest were both local. The low bid being $83,895 from Stridehurst Enterprises. Recommendation is that the Range Road 101 creek alignment tender be awarded to Stridehurst Enterprises Limited, being the lowest received tender as recommended by WSP in the amount of $83,895 plus taxes. And that Woodlands County Council approves a contingency for the Range Road 101 creek realignment tender in the amount of $8,400 if required.
Okay, so those would be 2 separate motions. I've just got one question here. The second bid, that's in there, is the name of the company is Enterprises?
No. That
That's
was
the-
somehow the name got deleted, but it's Varsity Enterprises.
Okay. Any questions? Counselor Kush?
Just kind of a, something has to happen, obviously, you have the creek taking out the part of the road there, and there's a very large spread in the prices there, and Stride Horse is local, so I definitely like this one. I make a motion that the Range Road 101 Creek Alignment tender be awarded to Stride Horse Enterprises Limited, being the lowest received tender, and as recommended by WSP for the amount of $83,895 plus taxes.
I did have one question, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Through chair to Andre, just to double check here, the numbers, we budgeted $150,000 for this project, correct?
Through the chair to Councilor William, that's correct.
Right, and then, so Stride Horse bid $83,895, and then when we go down, that 118, that's the total for the project, that's coming out of the 150 total, right? Or did we budget for the engineering separately?
That is all coming out of the 150. The
Okay.
engineering also,
Okay. So the final cost will be 120-ish then?
give or take.
Ish, okay.
Okay, any, Counselor Prestige?
Stride Horse has done numerous jobs for the county in this area on this type of work. So I can't see any problem why he can't do it for what he quoted.
Anything further? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. And the two-part portion of this, Counselor Kush.
I also make the motion that Woodlands County Council approve a contingency for the Range Road 101 Creek Alignment tender in the amount of $8,400 if required.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Kush. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right, governance and priorities meeting. We didn't set a date on this one. So the last one was held on February 3rd. And we do these every month.
Your worship, member of council, I believe that you did set a schedule for all of the other upcomings. It was just this one particular meeting was not included in it. There wasn't a date provided.
Oh, okay.
I thought we had.
I thought we were, Shannon's got a
Thank you,
clarification
Shannon.
there. I thought we were gonna do them as we ended the meetings.
Yeah.
We'd
That's
set the
correct.
next date at the
Our
next meeting.
girls-
Is that right?
That's correct, Mayor Burrows and council. It was just an error on administration's part. We didn't have on the agenda next meeting so that you guys could choose that. Subsequent to that, I fixed that error, and from now on, you will always see on your agenda next date. So it gives you the opportunity at that meeting to choose the date that's going to work for you in the future. So that way you can do it at each meeting.
Fair enough.
My apologies for the
No,
misunderstanding.
that's all good. Okay, so that would take us, March 3rd. February 3rd, March 3rd. Anyone have an issue with March 3rd?
At the moment.
So I can do March 3rd like before, but I can only make it till about 6:30, 6:45.
Okay,
Which we got through just about everything last time before.
Yeah.
6:30, does that work for you, Dave? 6:30?
I think we had, what was it, 5:30 was,
Yeah,
we
five
had
we
to start at
started.
6, and then we got through most of the stuff before I had to take off, so.
okay, so 5:30 on the 3rd of March.
That works for everybody else, I'm saying.
Yes?
Make what I can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, somebody wanna make a motion? Come on, Dave can't make them all.
Devin.
Counselor Williams.
I make a motion that council schedules a governance and priorities meeting on March 3rd at 5:30 PM at the Municipal office in Wakeboard.
Very good, thank you. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried? All right, that moves us to Correspondence and information. Anything identified in correspondence and information? Councillor Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd make a motion that council accepts the correspondence and information items as circulated.
Okay, very good. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. That brings us to council reports and questions. Where did I start last time? I think I started with Councillor Williams. We'll start over here with Councillor Dean.
Okay. So a few committees I've attended. Attended the Wakeboard Community Services meeting, and well, I think 90% of the meeting was the presentation that we just had. And then I attended the Wakeboard and District Chamber of Commerce meeting last Thursday, and once again I got the same presentation that we just had that made up all of that meeting. But during those two processes, you know, a lot of the questions that we asked today were asked, so it certainly validated the questions that we have. And I was looking to see if there were, you know, updated answers today, and some of the answers were different, but largely it was the same. And yesterday I attended the Woodlands Economic Development Committee meeting. No new projects, all the same projects that we had discussed that are reported on at the last meeting. But one concept did come up. It came up from a member at large, and what her question / concern is there had been a notion that sometimes there's, for lack of a better term, a disconnect between the committee and council. And so Peter and I explained, and so did Bert, that you know, at this portion of our meeting, this is our opportunity to submit a committee report. But there was discussion at that point about having written councillor reports, I guess, that could be included in the minutes, so that would form a reference point for people that were looking to see if communication was coming from the committee to council, and it would be just something that, instead of a verbal thing, we'd just write it out, and then it would get distributed in the minutes. So I pledged to bring that concept up at this meeting. So I open that up to see what people feel.
Okay. You can weigh in on it. It's not uncommon to have a written report. Councillor Wilhelm.
So that would essentially kind of be what Peter had done that one time, was he written up what had completed and then submitted it to be accepted by council as information?
Yeah. Yeah. And again, the rationale was the member at large was bringing forward a question, and she wanted to know if it had got to council, and it was something that had happened last year, and there was some question as to whether it actually got to council, and so that was the rationale.
I wonder if the need is for that we do record all our meetings, so they can essentially go on the recording to see.
It's a lot more cumbersome than just pulling up minutes.
That's true.
So, let me just ask one question of clarification. So when you say a question was asked, so was this a motion passed by the committee to bring something to council, or it was just a?
No, it was a question that was, this member added an item to the agenda, and that agenda item was discussed, and through that discussion, it became clear that the line of communication from the committee to the council on that specific point hadn't got through. And so Peter and Bruce and I all said, well, you know, this is what we do at our meetings. And, you know, I brought up the fact that Peter had often done it in a written form, and that might just go into the minutes. And then you could go back and look and see. So a committee member could then reference the council minutes to see if the item had actually been brought up.
Okay. Counselor Prestige. Sorry, wait. I had Counselor Kulkin first, then Counselor Prestige.
That's fine. I threw the brief to Al, and just to clarify, I think one of the things you have to understand is that I, when I was campaigning, made a promise to the residents that I would try to keep them as informed as I possibly could. And for me, it was through, and I did this consultation with CAO, that if it's written, what you can do is you can put it into the information items, and then it's there. And I think, that's individual preference for me. And I also I wrote an article in the Express last time and directed the people to have a look at that spot in our information items on the website that would be available, and they could find any of the reports that you do there if you wanted to put them there. And I think for a little bit of clarification too, Bert had mentioned that in some of the discussions that we have, it's nice for him to be able to go in there and say, oh yeah, did we have a talk about that? Did that get to the council, so that he can answer some of his questions? So that was kind of what the discussion was, but there was no direct push to have everybody do that. I think that's something that each one of you has to, that's my opinion.
Counselor Prestige.
I think another way of doing this too is if it's board specific. When we meet at our board again, we can just have the counselors say, yes, we brought this to to council, and this is what was discussed.
Yeah, that's a method.
Instead of, all of us submitting.
Well, personally, I think it takes about 5 minutes to write up a report, and then it's a written copy. It goes into the agenda package, and it's there. I don't think it takes very much time. And in terms of reference for the public to look, and we talk about the ease of the public to get an understanding of what's going on in the county, and that's just easy, to pull up minutes and read that report rather than try and sift through a YouTube video.
See, the individual committees, and like I'm trying to get this, because there's two components here. So the one component is you report on, you've attended this meeting, here's some of the high points of the meeting. What you're talking about is specifically because if we don't include specifically that thing, then somebody's gonna be, well, hey, that was on the agenda, or it got added to the agenda, why didn't you bring it to council? That you're talking about almost at the admin level of a committee report. Because
I hear you.
All of those points, there needs to be a condensed summary on it, and then just shoot it to council, and it comes to this meeting, and it's in our information packet. Is that?
Well, yeah, and John, you brought it up. I didn't want to put it back on Bert, is what it was, because I was on the tip of my tongue during that discussion that, he's recording minutes, and essentially it's minutes, right?
Right.
But I just didn't want to give our employees one more job, because it isn't minutes. It's actually, that's a separate report. Some of if you read our minutes, a motion is made it does not include all the discussion points, and whereas what she was looking for was it brought to council, what was discussed, etc. So
see, and that's the problem. So if they want it specifically brought to council, turn it into a motion at the subcommittee and bring it to council from the committee.
Good point.
That's what the committees are.
Yeah, and I think that had been done. This was from last year sometime, and so I brought it up. Has this brought to council? Remember, the faces around the table have changed. Bruce is the only one that's constant. remember whether it.
Because I was on ECDev at that point, and I just I don't know specifically the topic we're talking
Yeah.
about, but
Last year sometime, so.
yeah, and that's the issue. So at each council member has to be aware that if it's not an emotion, it doesn't necessarily come to council. And there's a reason why the minutes are a little on the. So we went through an audit. What was that 2 years ago?
Yes, we got the audit findings in 2020, but I think they did most of their work in 2019.
Right, so, and part of the finding, and I was actually for much more robust minutes. I thought, why don't you have some of the discussion around this? Why don't you have these things? The recommendations is actually not to have those in there, and the reason they're not to have those in there is because you will mischaracterize, inevitably you'll mischaracterize somebody's discussion. So that's why the communication method through there is to have the discussion at the committee level, make the motion, it goes in the minutes, it gets voted on, then it gets elevated to council. So if that's what you're looking for, that's the mechanism, or that's what the committee's looking for, that's the mechanism to do it. Unless I'm incorrect in saying that, is that?
From what I'm following, I think you're very correct.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough, and we can report that back, but the discussion at the committee level was that we have this section of our meeting, and we could just do it in written form, and then it'll be there as a reference, but that's fine. If there's not an appetite for that, that's no big deal. I just pledged to bring it up.
Yeah.
The last item was just this notion that we wanted to engage our public on the Arts and Culture Center. And so I'm looking, do we need a notice of motion to have that discussion, or what's the procedure?
Yeah, I don't think, we've had the discussion around the table, so I don't think it's out of line at all to make a motion along the lines of directing admin to seek some sort of method of public input on it, then bring it back to us at the next meeting that we can figure out, we can engage our residents around the discussion on this and what it's going to mean.
So I can make that motion, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just ask council whether they had an opportunity to look at that survey that was sent out by the Chamber of Commerce. It was forwarded to us yesterday. Did anybody have a chance to look at that?
I didn't even see it.
No, I didn't see it either.
Oh, it came to my county email. I think from, maybe it came from Bert.
No, I don't, came from.
I didn't get it.
I believe it was the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, maybe that was Chamber of Commerce. And I'm assuming if I got it, everybody got it. But it was really simple. There was just 5 questions, and that might help administration to develop a survey. They might want to utilize that concept at least.
Okay, so it was a survey, not the results of a survey.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I did get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It comes from.
Can you forward it to me? I never got it.
I did it for you yesterday, but I'll do it again. Yeah, okay.
Callahan?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I'll make a motion that we direct administration to come back with a method to engage our residents on the question of participating in the Arts and Culture Center.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
And just before I finish, do you want me to send you a copy of that, or do you have it, that survey that the chamber sent out?
Councillor Dean, I filled it out. I'm good.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet. So nobody else got it except for Alicia?
I got it too.
I didn't.
You did get it. Okay, you didn't. That's weird.
The last one I got from Alyssa was about the truck on the way coming through town.
Okay.
Councillor, sorry, are there any questions to Councillor Dean? Oh, Okay, thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Wilhelm.
Okay, I have unfortunately not had any committee meetings since our last meeting. But I do have, I guess, a discussion or questions for council on how to proceed with stuff. A lot of the procedures still new for me. So understanding how to ensure that I'm doing this properly. One thing, and I'm wondering if we can move this to the governance and priorities meeting, but something that was discussed with the last council, and I haven't seen any information on it since then, but it was a discussion on potentially doing a census this year to get more information from our residents. And if we want to move that to a governance priorities meeting and discuss if a census is something that we want to do, and if we do a census, what kind of information do we want to gather from it? And what your opinions on the importance of a census could be. I'm a very data-driven person, so I think it could bring a lot of value to us, and potentially a lot of use down the road for potential negotiations on ICFs. So that's something that I would, if it's possible and it's in the budget to do it, I'd like to do something like that. So I'm not sure if that's currently budgeted, but that's a discussion I wanted to have with you guys.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilhelm, it was an item that we had discussed at the administrative level for the 2022 budget. There is money, or there has been money kind of allocated through one of our line items. If we do proceed with the census for 2022, it has to commence by April 1st and it has to end by June 30th. Some of our discussions on census also revolve around the ICF agreements, so I certainly can go into more detail when we get to that portion of our meeting as well.
Okay. So as a matter of procedure, do I have to make a motion to send that discussion to the governance and priorities meeting, or how does that work?
I don't think that necessarily has to go to governance and priorities, because it's not necessarily something we'll do there, but unless we want to add it as every 10 years we're doing a census.
Okay.
So we probably just have to have a discussion at a council meeting, and then once we have that discussion, we'll know how much it's going to cost, how we're going to do it, what the components are that there's a lot of background on this that needs to be filled in by administration. So, and then how it's going to be done. What are the boundaries for the census? Are they electoral boundaries? Are they, geographical? What are we looking for?
So then do I have to make a notice of motion, or how does that work, I guess? Because we'd have to direct administration to prepare for that conversation.
Yeah, let's ask administration, would they be available, would they be able to prepare something like that for the next meeting, or do you want to go 2 meetings out, or?
Your worship, members of council, I would be, I think I'd be afraid to have it go to the March 17th meeting, so I'd rather task some staff currently to bring an RFD to council on the next meeting. It's at March 3rd meeting of council, and then we can open up the discussion there. We will have some more information for you.
Okay, that would be your motion.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that administration brings the information required to have a discussion about a census for 2022 to our March 2nd meeting.
And the only reason that I running through admin there is because I don't want to task saturate them, so as long as
Absolutely.
they can. Okay, any discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
And that's honestly all. Oh, I do have one last thing, and I know I do this every council meeting, so I don't want to dilute it too much. But honestly, this request submission thing through the website has saved me so many headaches again. Multiple times again since our last meeting have I had residents coming to me with problems with regards to roads, snow removal, etc. I consistently push them towards that with an explanation on how it works. And when I follow up 3 to 4 days later, it's always been solved. It's like, again, I know I say this every meeting, but I really appreciate that tool. It's making my job way easier. And that's all I have to say.
While you're on that topic, when do we get reports on that? Are they?
Good question.
Because we should be seeing reporting coming back from that. You know, there were 40 calls about roads and I know 40's light, so.
Check your email now.
So, and here's how they were addressed. When, Felicia?
Your worship, members of council, when the last report was provided to council, it was decided that it would be quarterly.
Right.
And it's my understanding there is one coming to council for the March 2nd meeting.
There we go.
Oh, sorry, 17th meeting. My ears checked.
All right, 17th meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and I couldn't remember the quarterly part. I do now, but I couldn't at the time, so.
Yeah.
Any questions of Councillor Wilhelm? Awesome. Okay, Councillor Kuchen.
Okay, thank you. I guess since the last governance and priorities meeting, I did attend the RMA virtual webinar on resolutions. It's really interesting process that they have there. I really appreciate being able to get into a place where you can understand how our relationship is going to be with the RMA. On the 7th of February, we had the special council meeting. Then, and John was on this webinar as well, was on the engagement webinar with RMA again. And it brings about some really interesting discussions, so it was really good. And then on the 10th of February, I had a virtual meeting with Pembina Hill School Board and reps, including the superintendent. It was very interesting as we started discussing, setting up some conversations with them, discussing the relationship with rural schools, seeing as there's ones in Fort Assiniboine, and I have a high interest in that, and the impact on our economic development. And also conversations on how we can possibly influence the change in strategic thinking in the rural education development, which keeps our young people in our communities. I was really happy to see that Joan, who's our community services person, was there, and she understands the FCS component much better than I do. And I know that I will be leaning on her a little bit to help us in that area. And then on the 11th, I met with the Art and Music Guild, I believe it is, in Fort Assiniboine. It was a group of young moms that are starting a group of people and are really interested in us developing a community engagement and figuring out how that's going to be. And the discussion that we had was around my belief that it has to be community driven for us to get involved as a council. Was really good, and because Crystal sits on our economic development board plus on the ag profile subcommittee, she's got some really good ideas and things that are going to start to help us identify what's going to happen in our community. And then on the 14th, I had a growth meeting in Barhead, and that was really interesting. I had a lot of conversations with Bert over how we're going to move forward, and good group of people. And our main focus was Wild Alberta portion of the growth initiative. And we had a lot of, because of COVID and some mismanagement, I suppose you would call it, or just because of the situation, we're correcting some of those issues. And the concern was mainly the websites and the corporate structure. And we're well on our way there now. And Wild will be making a presentation to this council in the near future to share the direction that we feel is necessary for it to take. And we can really thank our EDO for the delicate guidance he's giving us on the very important part of that economic development objective. Then we had our special council meeting on the arbitration decision. And Councillor Dean and myself and Councillor Prestige had an economic development meeting yesterday, and there was some really interesting discussion, and I think we're starting to get a handle on some of the things that we need to get out in front of, especially on the energy transition and the funding, and that we really need to have collaborative plans on both in and outside of the municipality to be able to get some of that funding for our municipality. And then there's also some of the legislative challenges that we're going to be looking at with geothermal that need some conversations at a lot higher level than municipal government. And The other part of it, I think, that we're really interested in, and that's something that we're gonna take to our strategic planning sessions, and that's the way that we have community engagement, how we do that, the tactics to that. So I think for myself, that was the view that I got. So that's it till today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kluken. Any questions? No, you're also hooked. Councillor Williams.
I also attended the Woodlands Community Engagement meeting with Peter that he summarized pretty well, but there were some really positive things that come out of that too, about class sizes and things like that for the Fort School. It's looking pretty good. The younger grades have really good enrollment and things are going the right direction there. I missed the Ag Society meeting because we had that special council meeting on Monday, and I have a library board meeting tonight after this actually, so I gotta get back for that, but that's about all I have for updates that everyone else hasn't covered. Questions?
Okay, any questions to Councillor Williams? No. Councillor Prestige.
On the 7th, we had our special council meeting regarding the arbitration. On the 11th, Burrows and I attended the regional solid waste meeting, and we passed a motion to do a study on the
Needs assessment.
For the new scale house and scale at the landfill. It's a $25,000 study, and there was something else about the life of the landfill.
Well, they pulled the 450,000 out for the scale and the scale house replacement.
Did they?
For now, because they're gonna do the $25,000 study and see where the needs assessment comes in.
And on the 14th, we had another special council meeting on arbitration. 15th, we had our dev meeting. I think Councillor Dean and Councillor Kluken kind of covered everything that was done there. And last night, we had our Eagle Tower Victim Services meeting. Went over the financials as we do every month, and then every meeting we go over some policies and procedures to update them all. So we had that done, and we got some new board members that are really active, and it's coming a long ways in how we put the board ahead. That's it.
Okay, any questions to Councillor Prestige? Councillor Kush.
Other than the special meetings that we had here, had a trustee meeting with the YRL, busy developing the strat plan for that for the year, as far as kind of how to better the services offered to the rest of the libraries in the region. Top of that, had a Insamo Ag meeting last night. We met with a bunch of the user groups and stuff to kind of circumvent there, just more touch base, see how things are going with all the groups, and how things have been playing out in the last little bit. And good to see that there has been a lot of growth in a lot of the 4-H groups and the moms and tots and stuff in the area. So the program's been very well received. Another thing at that meeting, they are looking at hopefully, with everything relaxing, doing a spring barbecue here on the 30th of April. Should be a good time. Band, everything booked, so here's hoping everything kind of lets loose. And other than that, we got the Woodlands Library Board meeting again tonight, and tomorrow there's a Brown Week course on municipal law trends coming up.
Okay. Any questions to Councillor Kush? All right. For myself, I had the special meetings that we dealt with the arbitration. I attended one of the RMA sessions, online, a webinar as well. And I noticed Councillor Kluken was in there asking questions like crazy, so it was good. I spent a couple days in Edmonton also with RMA doing a strategic planning session. That was a fantastic amount of information. There's a lot going on in the province right now, a lot. And some of it's very good and some of it's, we're not sure where it's gonna wind up, so we have to be very, very thoughtful about the future here. That's about it for me. I got lots of phone calls on the presentation that was up and coming on the Culture and Events Center, or Arts and Culture Center. And yeah, so I think the motion that was made today to seek public input from Woodlands County residents on this particular issue is in keeping with where this council wants to go in really having a much better dialogue with residents and getting a more democratic approach towards the decisions that we make in the municipality. So I applaud the decision. We'll see how it goes. So that's it for me. Any questions?
Well, not really to you, John, I guess, but you brought up that notion of gauging the public again. Not that time is of the essence, but are we expecting to have administration bring us back some options to review in terms of engaging the public at our next meeting? Is that the idea, or is this something that is going to be floated around and might go out before the next meeting?
No, I think the mechanisms and what exactly, how we're going to do this is what's coming back for the next meeting, and then it'll be fanned out from there.
Okay.
Because we're not quite sure how to engage, so we're gonna look to admin to give us some options on how to do it. I'm not a huge fan of, some of these Survey Monkey things because you could be in the Philippines and fill in these things out. I don't know how accurate they are to the community. There's ways to do this, and administration's got a couple of tools that they can probably suggest, and there's whole books written around public consultation. I just haven't read them all, so.
Your worship, and best of council, yes, we will bring a document to the next council meeting to at least start the process, but I realize that we don't have a lot of time and we'll have to be quite urgent in making our decisions to do it.
Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Clukin.
Yeah, I don't have a question, but I'd like to file a notice of motion to have an in-committee session over the legal at the airport at the next council meeting, if that's possible. I think that it would be pertinent for us to have that as council only.
Okay. If that's the one I'm thinking of, I'm not going to be at it.
You're not going to be at it.
Okay. How do I do this? This is more or less a discussion of council than if they want to have that discussion at the next council meeting.
Well, I think
I can accept the motion. And then it looks like there's some questions on what exactly that motion means, so.
It's a notice of motion, though, correct? So
It's a notice of motion, so it puts it on the agenda for the next meeting.
we don't vote on anything like that, right? It's just a
No,
notice.
you vote on the notice of motion. If you vote yes, then it goes on the next agenda and it'll be discussed then. You're not saying anything about the particular topic right now.
Okay.
You're just looking to put the notice of motion forward to be included on the next agenda. That's the way this is supposed to work. Joan?
Sorry, if I may just add that I had a conversation with the solicitor, and she didn't believe that she would have the written statement from the judge to be able to present at the March 2nd meeting. She was hoping possibly for the maybe the March 17th event.
Yeah, and again, this is hard for me because I'm not privy to any of this and I'm not supposed to be, so.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's notice of motion, we're not gonna discuss that, but I think for me, the reason I'm filing that notice for motion is because I'd like to have a conversation with council alone over, some of the things that, I've been researching and I think, we've looked at, and I don't know if anybody wants to add anything to that, but I don't think we're going to be asking for any legal opinion there or at that point in time. It's just going to be to clarify some of the things that I find that are not clear in my mind. And I will supply some information to administration that is public information that may be pertinent to that conversation.
Can I clarify that is for the March 2nd meeting?
Yes. Okay, Councillor Williams?
I was just gonna say, if it's urgent, either way, it doesn't matter to me, but the 17th meeting, it sounds like we're gonna be maybe talking about it anyways, so maybe we can no, won't be. Beforehand, sure, yeah.
Okay. Motion still on the floor, so any further discussion on it? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. So that'll be on the next meeting then. Councillor Bush.
Just want to make a motion, council accept council reports, questions as information.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Bush. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed?
Can I clarify something? Did you say you're not going to be here on the 2nd of March?
I said I can't partake in that.
Yeah, okay. I just thought, misunderstood what you said.
Yeah, so no, I'd be declaring a meeting Larry on that one.
Gotcha.
Council reports, financial report.
Your worship, member of council, so provided for you in the package was essentially a glimpse of our pre-audit where we ended 2021 with. A few areas I just wanted to point out to council. Our revenue is looking a little light. Part of that is we did complete a project in 2021 that was part of the emergency grant monies that we had found out we were available for back in 2018. But we haven't received confirmation of when those funds will come. So that will be set up as a receivable, or it should be set up as a receivable for our year-end audit, which will balance out that revenue a bit. Contracted services is looking over budget significantly, and it's a balance that we have to do always in accounting. Do we have the expense follow all the other like expenses, or do we have the expense follow the items? So in this instance, contracted services is appearing very over budget because of arbitration costs, which we classified under legal. But then if you look below in the arbitration line, we're showing a very underutilized area. So it's a debate that we have constantly amongst ourselves is where do you classify the money, and I'm kind of holding fast that I like to group it as like, so that if any member of council ever says how much was our legal in this year, we can give them an actual number, not give them a number and go and add these numbers. So it's just an ease of reporting. Our billable expenses, we will have an offset of that on the revenue side. Again, just at this point in time in the accounting cycle, those invoices haven't been processed. Contracted repairs is significantly over budget, that particular line. I did reach out to the shop area, and we had extensive rehab on 5 graders, and some of this is just the reality of running a fleet of older equipment. Equipment parts, again, is over budget for that line. They noticed that parts in 2021 were up between 20 and 30% from 2020. So again, while those individual line items are over budget, within the entire pocket of money, or all the 2s or all the 5s, we are coming in within budget. And attractive items, just to point out that it includes monies for some of this AV equipment that wasn't installed by the end of 2020, and there was grant money put in deferred revenue to cover those costs. Is there any other items that council wanted clarification on?
And go ahead, Councillor Dean.
Just with respect to the $290,000 in arbitration costs, am I correct in assuming that's our portion of the fee that the arbiter charges as well as legal fees?
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, you are correct in that. We've tried to capture all of the arbitration costs under the same code so that we have, again, a very accurate record.
Okay, so just a couple other questions. Like if you go through that arbiter report, there was 134,000 and that gets split between the two municipalities based on equalized assessment ratio. So our portion would be about 70, 75?
I saw that, yes, through the chair to Councillor Dean, yes, I did see that. We received the invoices in a couple of different sections, but that would be
Okay.
close.
Okay, and so the labor cost for all of the staff members working with the lawyers to compile witness statements, that the labor cost is not captured in there, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, no, we've left the labor costs within their departments. Again, to capture them and cost our own internal costs with the external, then it just makes a very cumbersome report to
Sure.
try and generate for council.
Can you give a ballpark of what you think the labor cost would be or would have been over the last couple of years?
I don't even know. I could definitely go back and take a look at the faces around the table and do a rough calculation. We do have a schedule of meetings that we had, so I could definitely come up with a rough estimate of those costs.
You've got a lot on your plate right now. I don't want to give you any extra work. I just, would it be fair to say $100,000? Do you think that's accurate?
I would say easily that I would.
Okay, thank you.
And to Alicia's point about particular things popping up in one area, so it looking funny on a balance sheet. I know this came up with somebody that was watching online, and they said, you know, how come this was so far out of line? I know Alicia wrestles with this program a little bit and trying to slot certain expenses in and things like that. So if you do see something that looks out of whack, just ask the questions, because every time I've asked, she's always said, it's allotted in here, it gets split up between these four, but the reason I want it there right now is so that I can actually see what's going on and I can snapshot this better. And there's reasons for it, so. And I'm, more than anything, I'm putting that out there for the public if they're watching this, so.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilor.
If there's no further questions, I'd make a motion to accept the financial report as information.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. CAO report. It's your moment in the spotlight.
Your worship, members of council. So it's been a quick 2 weeks since CAO Frank left, and I've had a couple missteps this meeting because of things that I remembered incorrectly, and thank you to my colleagues that remembered more correctly than me, so I appreciate them. Considerable reading on the arbitration award. It's a big document. We want to make sure that we have a solid understanding so that we can answer any and all questions. We have been receiving invitations from the RMA, or that are a result of the RMA convention. So Shannon has been working to make sure that appointments and requests for appointments are forwarded to. So far, I believe the only one that has been formally submitted, and the deadline was yesterday, was for the Minister of Transportation. And we took the items that you had all sent to me via email, and we included those in our request for time. I did see a response back from that office saying that they will be back in touch with us with more information, so hopefully you'll get your moment with the minister for that. The Woodlands County workforce of the last 2 weeks has been greatly impacted with some illness. We're thank you to the staff that are picking up and doing extra to cover for those that have had to stay home, and I'd also like to thank those that are recognizing that they are ill and they are staying home. So,
Any questions? Okay. Councillor Williams.
I'll make a motion that council accepts the CAO report as information.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. That will bring us to 11.1, Councillor Kush.
Make a motion that we go into closed session under 21, 23, and 24, talk about the intermunicipal collaboration discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Kush. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? We're in closed session.
Take 5.
Yeah, let's take a quick 5 for